Well, hello, hi, and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. Now, today's topic, from the data center to the cloud, optimizing and modernizing IT infrastructure, is such an exciting thing to dig into because of those two words, optimizing and modernizing. I love those words, but I'm going to take a quick step back because I want to start by thanking you for joining us today for this truly interesting and layered conversation. As I said, this is an exciting one because we're going to be talking about change, growth, and innovation. It's a pretty cool way to spend a day, right? Especially since for a lot of you here with us today, you might be feeling like your environment, that IT kingdom that you manage, is evolving at an exponentially faster rate. And sure, some of that is a result of maybe growing demands from your organization, some from the industry itself, maybe some from global context and the world that we live in. So whatever is pulling, pushing, or stretching your infrastructure, it is more important than ever to stay on top of these tools and solutions that are available to help you manage, enhance, maintain visibility, and best of all, power up your IT environment. Now, to help guide us through this conversation today, we will be joined by some of the most innovative experts from leading companies who are setting the stage for rapid growth, flexibility, and modernization. You're going to be hearing today from experts at TierPoint, Informatica, Haiku, StrongDM, Rubrik, Nutanix, Catchpoint Systems, MariaDB, and Pure Storage. This is going to be an absolutely incredible day. Now, it's also going to be a big day, absolutely packed with information. So on these longer days, I always like to recommend that you make sure you've got your favorite chair or your comfy standing desk, get out your slippers, get a hot cup of coffee, shake it out a little bit, give a little stretch. I was doing a little dance party to the countdown music this morning, getting ready, getting in the zone, because we are about to dive in. So let's kick off our day today with a little bit of a guided tour of your audience console. Now we're going to start with that questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a big and awesome audience here with us today. So reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, by the way, if any technical issues come up today, now a quick aside on that one. If a tech issue comes up, a browser refresh is going to clear out just about any issue with, slides, audio, the usual sort of gremlins. But if not, that questions window is where you can post a comment to the Actual Tech Media team, and we will be there to help you out. Okay, the most important thing about that window, though, is that we want this to be an informative webinar. So that means that we want to see your technical questions. So throughout today's MegaCast, we want you to get engaged, get involved, ask questions, post comments, post responses to the speakers. We love seeing that come in. So please do interact with us throughout the MegaCast today. That is absolutely the best part of being here live together. Not only will we have team members also responding to you during the MegaCast, at the end of each session we'll have some dedicated Q&A conversations. We will also have live chat going throughout with the team members that are here with us today from TierPoint, Informatica, Haiku, StrongDM, Rubrik, Nutanix, Catchpoint Systems, MariaDB, and Pure Storage. And any questions that don't get answered in our conversational live chat and or our texty, chatty live chat, we will make sure that all your questions get emailed to those teams, so you will get follow-ups. Now, there are going to be a lot of cool little aha moments that are going to come up for you today on the MegaCast, lots of brain-tingly, lady-uppy stuff, and you are going to want to share that with your community, and we love that. In fact, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console. The hashtag for today's MegaCast will get automatically added to your post. All right, the last stop on your guided tour this morning, I want you to take a look at that Handouts tab. There are some fantastic resources and takeaways there for you from our speakers. We have an absolutely info pack collection. There's some solution briefs, there's white papers, data sheets, free trials, there's ebooks, upcoming webinars, and lots more. So click around in that handout section. Be sure to download those resources as we are going along today. All right, now if I haven't gotten the chance to meet you yet, my name is Jess. I am with Actual Tech Media, and I am so happy to be one of your moderators for this exciting MegaCast today. Now, Scott Becker and David Davis will also be here with us throughout the day on live chat. So you have the whole awesome crew. Speaking of awesome things, let's talk about prizes. Today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 4 Acer gaming laptops, plus a $300 Amazon gift certificate that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. That's some good stuff right there. Now, I mentioned this before. I was telling you how important it is to get involved, get interactive, ask questions. We actually have a special added incentive for you to get those questions in. So limber up those fingers, stretch them out, and make sure that your keyboard works. You can type in little questions and hi's and hellos now to get ready, get all warmed up. But as we're going through each one of our sessions, we will be looking at the questions asked after we wrap. We will select a best question asked for each one of those sessions, and we will follow up with that individual and let them know that they won a $50 Amazon gift card. So that is a nice opportunity to win a prize and bring up the entire engagement of our wonderful event here today. Now, I've put a few reminders up on the screen for you here, including the fact that all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. The full T's and C's, if you're wondering what those are linked for you in the Handouts tab. Other quick reminders, you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win, and everything else should be there for you in the T's and C's link, again, in your Handouts tab. All right, now I do also want to let you know that if you are a winner here today, you have the option to donate the value of your prize to one of the wonderful organizations that you see up on the screen. These are all geared towards supporting with earthquake relief. So if that's something you're interested in and we follow up with you to let you know about a win, you can let us know if you would like to get involved with one of these organizations, and we would absolutely love to help make that happen. Well, we are pretty happy to have you here live with us at the webinar at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So we would like to connect with you on social media. Reach out and get connected with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and on LinkedIn. We have lots of great content for you, and hey, we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, I'm also going to highly recommend that you spend some time on the Actual Tech Media YouTube channel. Make sure that you check out all the on-demand resources that we have for you there. So many great topics and interesting discussions just waiting for you. All right, one last thing. Nope, two last things. I lied. Two last things. But second to last thing that I want to tell you about, the penultimate point that I have for you here, is another fun way to win a prize is to refer an industry friend or a coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in the Handouts tab. You also get automatically redirected at the end of the webinar. Then both you and your coworker could win a $300 Amazon gift card. We hold those drawings every month. So right now, think of someone awesome and be sure to send them a referral. Okay, and the very last thing that I want to talk to you about before we get into our content here, and this is directed at all you or to all you decision makers out there. We have a very cool opportunity for you to get connected with new and emerging tech and some of these innovative vendors. So here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link that's in your Handouts tab and fill out an application. And the Actual Tech Media crew is going to review your application. It's very short, just gives us an idea of what you're looking for and what you need. Then we connect you with vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. So this is very individualized to you. And then once you're in that group, you can also choose things you want to join in on. So there's surveys and test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. Then you'll get chances to win some extra prizes. You'll get chances to chat with some new people and learn about some of these hot new trends in technology. So this is a really cool program. Be sure that you apply. If you're not the decision maker or you're not sure if you're the decision maker, well, I hope if you're the decision maker you know that you are, but if you're not sure, go ahead and send that link to someone on your team that you think would benefit from that. And then the whole team will benefit from getting exposure to some of those new technologies. So that's a pretty cool opportunity there. A little bit more information here on your screen. There you are, just kind of walking through the steps and processes there. All right, but now we are going to move things along because we've covered all the important housekeeping stuff, and that means it's time to get started. And we are about to supercharge this whole shebang because up next we get to chat with the one, the only Howard M. Cohen. Now, as you all know, Howard is a compelling content creator, a technology writer, and a senior resultant, just an all-around fascinating and fun human. He's here to tell us about the extra most bestest IT estate, and I will let Howard explain that. So let's get into it. Howard, the platform is all yours. Take it away.
Hello, and welcome to From the Data Center to the Cloud, Optimizing and Modernizing IT Infrastructure. I'm your host, Howard M. Cohen. You can follow me at howardmcohen.com or check out biztechjournal.substack.com. I always like to start with a word of the day. Today's word is going to be a little bit unusual. It's extra most bestest, which Little Caesars used to describe their pizza. We're going to use it to describe the extra most bestest IT estate, because that's the objective of optimizing anything. You want to make it function as well as it can. What does that look like? Efficiency everywhere. Best fulfillment of the needs of the company. If it's not doing that, it's pointless. Best allocation of resources and costs, so you know who to charge back and you're able to budget accurately. True resilience and redundancy, so that it keeps on running, and if something does break, there's a backup to fail over to. Best possible security is critical. Full compliance with any regulatory requirements. The lowest practical cost that you can get to, which means that you're releasing all your resources quickly. In the cloud, a user requests, uses, and then releases. Sometimes they don't release, and you're paying for that. Also, you're going to choose your cloud providers based on who does the best job at the best cost. So these are just some of the elements of an optimized, extra most bestest IT estate. Now, most of us began on premises, and many of us are still in a data center. We're still operating in the data center. Our choices are what servers do we want to use, what routers and switches, that's about it. Then, though, came cloud. Cloud changed the entire picture for us. It caused a transformation that brought us even more choices than we had before. So yes, you can continue to run workloads on-premise. Absolutely. But then you manage everything. You can go to private cloud, infrastructure as a service. And then you're not managing the infrastructure anymore. That's done for you by the provider. But you're still managing your workloads, the software that you're running in that cloud. Go to public cloud, software as a service. Now you don't manage the infrastructure or the workloads. You've chosen an application that this provider provides via SaaS. That's great. All you're managing now are the users. So you've really offloaded a lot of the burden. That's great. You can add hybrid. Add a hybrid means you can take all three of these and mix them and match them. All that adds is complexity, but it also gives you the ability to get things working where you can. And finally, multi-cloud, where you can get multiple public clouds, multiple private clouds, bring them all together. That gives you tons of choice because you can shop amongst the providers, decide who gives you the best of each kind of service, but you're still going to add more complexity, and you need to recognize that. So when we're adding complexity, the thing we need to start to do is really look hard for the optimal management console, the management platform that allows us to see as much of our environment as we possibly can, all in one place. More cloud choices. You'll always have the opportunity to put your workloads either in the cloud or keep them on-prem. That's up to you to decide when and how and where. Which cloud provider would be the best one for a particular workload based on the kind of virtual server instances they make available to you. Then you need to start deciding which workloads go where. Now that you have all these choices, you also have decisions to make. Which of the cloud providers' services best support each workload? And that's how you're going to figure out what goes where. Once you've got all those choices made, you have another one, and maybe the toughest of all. Will each service work well with all the other services you've selected? Everybody's got to play well together in the sandbox. This brings us to optimization. What do you need to optimize your IT estate? First thing you need is visibility. And paraphrasing Mr. Miyagi, what you cannot see, you cannot manage. Wax on, wax off. Okay, what do we need visibility of? First and foremost, we need visibility of all costs. If we're paying for it, we want to see what it is. We don't want any surprises, especially when it comes to cost. We need visibility of all devices on the network. We want to be able to identify rogue devices that aren't supposed to be there. We want to be able to identify all users online because they're the ones using the devices and they're running workloads. So we want to see those too. Those workloads process data. We want to see all those data entities and understand the value of each one and then decide where to put it. Do we put the low-use data files into commodity storage, cheap storage? Do we put the daily transactional files that are constantly being used into solid state storage to get all that speed. It's more expensive, but you may need to do that. We also want to have visibility of all active virtual machine instances and all services, whether they're used or unused, especially if they're unused. Because if they're unused, that probably means that somebody didn't release them when they were done with them. You're still paying for them. So you want to wipe out all those zombie assets that are just costing you money for nothing. You want visibility of all of your resources. You want to know how each one is being used, and you want to know who's using each one so you can make sure you charge back the right department for budgeting purposes. You also need control. What do you need control of? All the same things we just talked about. If you're going to go looking for it, if you want to see it, it's pointless unless you're going to do something about it. You want to be able to control all costs, all devices, and so forth and so on. The best thing you can do to help yourself do that is to automate as much of it as possible. No human can do all of this. It's a lot of detail. Automation can handle it for you and make it possible to manage your entire environment in an optimal manner. Finally, we get to modernization. And who better to ask than George and Rosie? When we talk about modernization, we are not talking about modernizing the infrastructure. We're modernizing our workloads. Okay, the infrastructure is now being run by the cloud provider. To modify workloads, what we want to do is get rid of all the monolithic programs we've been running for decades and replace them with cloud-native applications. What does that mean? A monolithic program is a piece of code that contains everything a program needs to do, every function, every subroutine. It's all in there. And if any one thing happens to fail, the whole thing may come tumbling down, and then nobody's working. With Cloud Native, we put each and everything that that program needs to do into its own container as a microservice, just one piece. And we put it in there with all the resources it needs to run properly. We send it out across the cloud network to go where it needs to go to do what it needs to do. If any one of those containers comes out badly, comes out malformed, it's discarded and reinstantiated instantly. What does that mean? That means that you've got unbelievable resilience. One thing failing is loosely coupled from everything else. Doesn't mean that anything else will fail. Everybody keeps working. And even the person that was impacted by that one container doesn't know that happened. It happens too quickly. So Cloud Native is modernizing all of our software. Another way we're modernizing is to bring together different departments. We bring the developers together with the operators so that they can run the software that the developers have created. The users use it, the ops people get feedback from them, bring it back to the developers, who then create the next version and the next version and the next version. Most recently, we weaved in the business development group because everything we're doing is really basically for them. We do all of this for the purposes of continuous improvement through continuous deployment. Okay, we just keep on cycling around and around until the software gets better and better, and then the people's work gets better and better, and the product the company produces gets better and better. We also use everything as code. We create pieces of code to describe the configuration of every cloud server we want. So you don't have to go configuring all those specifics, you just hit the key. Finally, why do we do all of this? We do all of this to benefit our users, to make it easier for them to do their work better, faster, and more fulfillingly. That's the best definition I know of a digital transformation. The one thing you must remember, digital transformation is not a single-time event. Neither is optimization or modernization. These are all ongoing processes. You have to always be in the process of digital transformation. My time's up. Hope this was helpful, and certainly hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay, did anyone else just get totally fascinated watching that wheel spinning at the end of Howard's presentation? I feel like I could just stare at that for another 40 minutes. But we're going to leave it with Howard there. We'll move things along in our presentation. We'll come back to staring at the wheels later. But okay, so we have some questions for you before we jump in. Now this one is a little bit of a new question, and it's purely curiosity based. This is not, you're not signing up for anything. You're not, locking yourself into a yes, no answer. We just want to get an idea. So the question here is, how likely would you be to attend maybe a small or a mid-sized in-person Actual Tech Media event, similarly to this one, if it was within driving distance of your home or office? So the answers are 100% in, when can I go, sign me up. I think so, but maybe it depends, time, location, work, time of year, and how busy you are. Probably not, but keep me posted, or I like my office at home and my events virtual. And I'm going to ask you in a minute if you'd be willing to travel. So keep in mind, this first question is a little bit more, if it was easy access to you, could you see yourself getting in the car and coming in to hang out with David, Scott, and myself at maybe a live event? Okay, so that's the first question. Thank you to everyone who filled that out. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to move into our next question, which, as I mentioned, is asking whether or not you'd be willing to travel to that same event. So if we had a big Actual Tech Media event, obviously we'd probably blow it out a little bit more if we're going asking people to get on airplanes. So, and I keep saying, think tropical, right? I'm going to keep voting for that we would go someplace warm and wonderful and exciting. Would you be interested in coming to an event that you had to travel to? And again, the answers are, yep, totally, booking my flights. Maybe, I think so. I like the idea. Maybe depends. Probably not. Let me know. And, same thing. Nope, I really just like the virtual events, which is fine. Again, this is not a loaded thing. We're just kind of curious where you're at. So let us know. Let us know what you think. All right, I'm going to leave that up for just another second. Michael wants to know if I'm personally providing travel budgets. No, I don't think that I am. But I am personally providing awesome in-person conversations. So there you go. All right, so we're going to move this forward, and what we're wondering is, what is your timeline for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? So again, we're talking about modernization, optimization, and if those are, obviously you're all here because those are things you're interested in. Do you have a set timeline for when you'd be looking to implement some of these tools or solutions? And I want to tell you, it's looking like we're leaning a little bit more towards the not sure or the 6 to 12 months, which is great because it means almost everybody here is, kind of in that maybe thinking ahead / the I have no idea, that's why I'm here phase. And I like that phase. That's a great place to start these conversations. So thank you to everyone who answered any of our polls, all 3 of them today. Really appreciate that. Clearly you guys are awake, alive, alert, and enthusiastic, as we used to say in my elementary school. There's a throwback for me. So we'll move things. Speaking of enthusiastic, let's enthusiastically dive into our day. All right. We are kicking things off today with an incredible tag team of expert presenters. We're going to be chatting with the awesome humans from TierPoint. So this is Derek Townsend, Cloud Solutions Architect, and Corey Sewell, Cloud Sales Specialist, both from TierPoint. Derek and Corey, thank you so much for being here to kick things off for us today. I know we are ready and excited to get started, so I am going to hand things over to you. Corey, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much. Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Corey Sewell. I'm joined by my colleague, Derek Townsend. We're from TierPoint, and we're very excited to talk to you guys today about one of our favorite topics, optimization and modernization in the cloud. I hope you all are as excited as I am to be here. So if everyone's ready, let's go ahead and get started. A little bit about your presenters today. Derek Townsend, who's going to be sharing a little later, is a cloud solutions architect here at TierPoint, and he's got over 23 years of experience. He really brings a world of knowledge around AWS and Azure, and we're happy to have him. My name's Corey Sewell. I'm a cloud solutions specialist at TierPoint, and I have over 14 years of experience. And I still remember the very first web server that I spun up on EC2 back in 2009. Of course, since then, a lot of things have changed in the cloud landscape, and there's more available to you than just compute and storage, and we're going to go over some of those things today. So, quick agenda for today. we're going to talk about the difference between infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. We're also going to talk about the optimization of cost in the cloud. It's important that we all make the most of the budgets that we're given, and we're going to talk about how we help customers to do that. And then we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to talk about resiliency for modern workloads, which of course includes things like disaster recovery and high availability. And then we're going to kind of close out today's session with some discussion around containerization and the benefits for doing containers. So who is TierPoint? Well, we like to consider ourselves strategic partners with every single one of our customers. We really are a cloud-first company. We do offer a full suite of consulting and managed services around hosted private cloud, multi-tenant cloud, and co-location, as well as the Microsoft Azure and Amazon AWS platforms. We really do pride ourselves on helping our customers understand what their goals are, helping them to reach those goals, and we do that in a variety of different ways. When we talk about modernization in the cloud, it's really important that we, as the service provider, understand where each and every one of our customers are at in their cloud journey. We really do try to meet each and every one of them where they are. Our intent as a strategic partner is to really understand the outcomes that you're trying to solve for, and then we're going to take this iterative approach with you. We realize that the buyer journey has changed. We no longer just, show up and execute an order and then kind of go on our way. We realize that you are trying to solve for actual problems, and it's an iterative approach that we take with you. Part of this process, and one that is really important to get right, is defining what the goals are, understanding what the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And then when we move into phase 2 and 3, it's really important that we get these two right. We're going to take a look at each workload. We're going to understand what is appropriate and ready for modernization and transformation and what maybe isn't. Whether it's from a business standpoint or a technical standpoint, we want to make sure and nail down those details just right. Let's narrow in on that just a little bit further. When we talk about the transformation journey on our way to become more cloud native, we like to take what we call a workload-focused approach. It really is critical that we look at each individual workload and understand what is going to go into this modernization effort. What amount of refactoring is involved? What is the value that I'm going to get from doing it? How much is it going to cost? For example, if I have a SQL server that's currently running on a VM, maybe I'm interested in some of the benefits that I'll get from a platform as a service offering like SQL Managed Instance or Azure SQL Database. There's a different amount of refactoring of the database that's going to go into each one of these options. We'd like to take a consultative approach and really help our customers understand whether it makes sense from a business or a technical standpoint to go through this transformation process. And we do that on a workload by workload basis. So let's just touch very briefly on the difference between infrastructure and platform as a service. This is a pretty popular image. It comes to us from Red Hat, and it really does a good job showing the delineation of responsibility across these different scenarios. But with infrastructure as a service, it's a scalable option that definitely does give businesses greater flexibility than a traditional on-site solution. And the cloud provider is going to give you access to resources required to run a specific workload. With platform as a service, the cloud provider is going to manage even more of the stack. So you actually, in this scenario, wouldn't even have access to an operating system. The advantage here is it's going to allow your team to focus more on kind of the critical parts, which would be the data and the application layers. Oftentimes, a platform as a service is going to be a much cheaper option than running it in an infrastructure as a service model. And so when we talk about the optimization of cloud resources, it really does make sense to kind of bring up platform as a service as an alternative option to the IaaS scenario. We can't talk about cloud optimization without talking about cost optimization. Everybody knows that cloud costs are just constantly shifting. The decision making is often very decentralized in large organizations, and it really does make for a situation where visibility into the expenses can be quite difficult. The elasticity and rapid scalability of the cloud is, of course, one of its core strengths, but it does also make it easy for IT staff to spin up services without considering the cost. And so implementing a cloud cost management strategy can help an organization plan for future costs and understand what their current consumption is about and what's going on there. TierPoint examines cost optimization at both a contractual and a technical level. Contractual optimization is using things like savings plans and reservations in order to lock in lower consumption rates. Oftentimes, these come with additional commitments from the customer. But technical optimization really requires deeper changes to the resources. And this is kind of what when we're talking about modernization, this is what we're talking about. But it is also talking about looking at the environment, and this can include everything from like resizing servers to fundamental changes to applications. We like to focus on low impact changes as part of our initial optimization recommendations, and then kind of go from there. I wanted to share a quick example of a current customer of ours that is going through a cost optimization exercise with us. Here you can see we've used some tools to estimate the resizing opportunities based on the actual utilization of resources. And so we're helping this customer to build an action plan for how to reduce their spend over time. In this particular example, the customer had over 600 different virtual machines that really could benefit from some resizing. If all of the machines were resized, we could save this customer over $120,000 a month in cloud spend. Pretty significant if you ask me. So now we're going to shift gears a little bit. I'm going to hand it over to Derek. Derek?
Thank you, Corey. Hello, everyone. My name is Derek Townsend, and I am a cloud solutions architect with TierPoint. Now we're going to be discussing disaster recovery in the cloud. Disaster recovery is the process by which an organization anticipates and addresses technology-related disasters. Systems supporting their applications can go down unexpectedly due to unforeseen circumstances, such as natural disasters, outages, and security issues. How does a company protect itself from such unfortunate events? In the public cloud, there are multiple options available for this, including different geographic regions, disaster recovery as a service, converting physical servers to virtual where possible, and backups. The first item that we're going to touch on is different physical locations, which are essentially disparate geographic regions provided by each public cloud hyperscaler. Each region is a separate geographic area, and within that region, there are multiple availability zones, which we'll touch on later. In each region, data can be configured to replicate live data between data stores. This protects against disasters at the primary data center location. Functionality for services like DNS and databases allow for active-active configurations to be employed, which then serves to allow for maximum protection against a disaster. Public cloud services also are not available in every region. So some regions are paired to allow failover to occur for some of the services that have these failover capabilities, which are provided in the primary region. The next item that we're going to cover is disaster recovery as a service. And hyperscalers like Amazon and Microsoft offer their own disaster recovery as a service options, such as Elastic DR for AWS and Azure Site Recovery. Additionally, third-party tools exist like Zerto that can work across multiple cloud environments. This diagram is an example of Azure Site Recovery, where a deployment was made in an on-premises data center, and the data itself is being replicated to Azure. The disk level replication occurs to a blob storage account, and in the event of a failover, then the VMs would be created that are the target VM servers for the source VMs in the primary site. So essentially, this helps to lower cost as well, because the only resources that are existing during the replication phase are the disks, and then in the event of a failover, the VM itself would be created. The next item we're going to be covering is virtualization, or converting physical servers to virtual where possible, because this provides both cost optimization and disaster recovery capabilities. And as you can see in the drawing in front of you, the AWS Server Migration Service is deploying a tool into a corporate data center. The data from that data center is then being copied back to the AWS environment. The AWS VM export and import service then can generate images based on those servers that are on premises today. And then from there, those images can be utilized in CloudFormation templates to deploy servers into AWS target accounts. This saves money due to the non-reliance on a bare metal server, and also provides disaster recovery due to being able to deploy the server across multiple availability groups or regions. Cloud backup is a strategy for sending copies of files or databases to secondary offsite locations for preservation in case of a disaster at the primary data center location. In this diagram, we have Azure Backup taking backups of files, folders, and servers, utilizing the backup agent on premises, transferring that to Azure utilizing the Azure Backup service, and then storing that information in Azure Recovery Services Vault and blob storage. Once a recovery was needed, then those files could be taken out of the storage and restored either in Azure or on premises as needed. And now we're going to be pivoting to the discussion of high availability in the cloud. High availability is a system's ability to function even if one or more components begin to fail. High availability concepts work to provide continuous operability of systems for long periods of time. Autoscaling is a cloud computing feature that enables organizations to scale cloud services, such as server capacities or virtual machines, up or down automatically, based on defined situations such as traffic or utilization levels. And as you can see in this diagram, CloudWatch will be used on the Amazon side to generate alarms for the autoscaling group. Whenever a high CPU alert occurs, the scale out of the autoscaling group occurs where an additional virtual machine is added. On the flip side, we would have an alarm trigger whenever low CPU is hit on any of those machines, and a scale in event would occur in the autoscaling group where a virtual machine is removed. Availability zones are distinct locations within a region that are engineered to be isolated from failures in other availability zones. Availability zones themselves are self-sufficient data centers with redundant power, networking, and cooling. Deploying your application across several availability zones can protect applications and provide resiliency in case failures occur at the primary location. Database as a service options are high availability solutions designed to ensure that committed data is never lost due to failures, that maintenance operations do not affect workloads, and that the database itself will not be a single point of failure in the software architecture. As you can see on the left, we have configurations for AWS RDS, and on the right, we have configurations for Azure. As you can see, these different services provide high availability solutions for databases, and this includes MySQL, MariaDB, SQL Server, and Oracle. The last topic that I would like to discuss is containerization. Containers provide a standard way to package application code, configurations, and dependencies into a single object. Containers share an operating system with the host virtual machine, or can be ran as a service in public cloud services such as Azure Container Instances or Elastic Kubernetes Service. Containers run as resource-isolated processes, ensuring quick, reliable, and consistent deployments regardless of the target environment. Some of the advantages of containers include portability. Application containers create an executable software package which is abstracted from the host operating system. It is not dependent upon or tied to the host OS, making it portable and allowing it to run consistently across cloud platforms. Speed. Containers are lightweight because they share the host machine's OS kernel and are not subject to the additional overhead. This feature drives higher server efficiencies and reduces server and licensing costs. Scalability. The scaling of pods and nodes within clusters or services for container hosting can be automated to scale in and out depending on demand. And finally, fault isolation. Containerizing an application isolates it and allows it to operate independently of others. Therefore, the failure of one container does not affect the operation of the others. I would now like to transfer the presentation back over to Corey.
All right, thank you for that, Derek. In closing, there are just a ton of different options available to you when it comes to the modernization of your workloads in the cloud. Most of them offer benefits like built-in high availability, built-in security features, an ease in management and things like that. But they pretty much all offer enhanced compatibility. When you modernize legacy applications, you're really increasing your compatibility with other technologies and code. This enables organizations to seamlessly integrate applications, and it really does help them to become better positioned to meet future business needs. We at TierPoint would love to help you navigate this vast landscape. We thank you for the time today. Please reach out with any questions, and we'll all talk to you soon. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Derek and Corey, for that awesome presentation. Now, you can all see that I have put up a poll question for you all. We would like to get your feedback on any additional resources that you would like to explore from TierPoint. This feedback is so valuable. Now, you are going to hear me say this a few times during the event today, but we're just going to get so much information. There's just so much to learn here today. And as much as we all wish we could, we won't retain all of it. So the best favor that you can do for yourself is to be clicking on these polls and downloading those handouts so that you can go back and jog your memory after we wrap. So please do click on the poll. Also, head on over to the handouts tab. You can download the TierPoint Solution Brief, Manage Public Cloud, Speed Up Adoption, and Gain Competitive Edge with TierPoint Public Cloud Solutions. This paper talks strategy, it's talking results, architectural design, deployment, cost, optimization. It's got it all. So go download, hang on to that, and check that out later. Now, we're going to move the questions for TierPoint on over to live chat, so the team will be following up with you there, and please do keep those questions coming in. While you are doing that, as well as grabbing the handout and clicking on the poll, I'm going to go ahead and give away a prize. So we're going to start with a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, I'll remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast. Our very first winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Christopher Chung. Christopher Chung of Maryland. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card. So congratulations to Christopher Chung of Maryland on your $300 Amazon gift card. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, folks, there are lots and lots more chances to win a prize today. Plus, we have that best question gift card from each session, so we will be reviewing all those questions asked after we wrap, so keep those questions coming in. And for now, we're going to keep things moving right along in this MegaCast because we got a lot to cover here. Up next, we're keeping the good times rolling here, guys, because we've got a very exciting presenter lined up for you. This is Kanna Piran, Director Product Management at Informatica. Kanna, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Now, I know you have a lot to cover. We want to leave some time for Q&A. There's a lot to get through, so the platform is all yours. Kanna, take it away.
Thanks, Jess, for having me here. Hey all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are dialing in from. Myself, Kanna, part of the product management team here at Informatica. Super excited to be here and share my thoughts on how quickly we can realize the value of data using data ops principle. Without any further delay, let's jump in. This is a product safe harbor statement. The content that we will be discussing today is more for informational purposes only. Before I get into the details, let me give you a brief background on the data ecosystem landscape and some of the trends that we see today in the market. As we all know, data is everywhere and it has got great potentials. Cloud had literally removed the infrastructure and the technology barriers to get started. No wonder we see a huge uptick in the organization adopting and moving to the cloud. Organizations today are becoming more and more data-driven. In fact, every data persona is consuming the data and using them for their day-to-day decision-making and activities. Data not only powers their analytics environment, but also it helps you to build new customer engagement models and experiences, thereby delivering innovation in everything they do. It makes digital transformation possible and a reality, unlocking and revealing new opportunities. I have put some stats here, which shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, and all these stats looks exciting. As you can see, the data is growing exponentially along with the simplified and accessibility of AML, which is giving rise to more and more use cases. But there are always challenges. In reality, we see only very few organizations are progressing in their digital transformation journeys. AML initiative success rate is also very less. You can see there are a lot of challenges faced by these fusion data teams. There is also a huge loss due to the bad quality of data. The cloud spends surprisingly is increasing by many folds, even with the organization who are just getting started. 80% of the CIOs have stated that they are yet to achieve the business benefits of moving to the cloud. So why is this happening? Despite of great people with great skill set, great tools and technologies and great investments, still enterprises are facing a lot of challenges to make their data initiatives successful. So before we get into see how we can solve these challenges, let me give you an analogy. I like history. Let me draw an analogy with the manufacturing industry and how they solved the similar challenges during the times of Industrial Revolution, which kind of disrupted the entire ecosystem. The era of Industrial Revolution like cloud removed many barriers such as energy, and then it also invented machines which can do mass production, etc., and opened up great opportunities. But there were challenges including inefficiencies, wastage, resource wastages, etc. To improve the productivity and to gain operational excellence and deliver more value, these industries came up with the things such as automation of assembly lines, new methodologies, principles, and processes such as lean manufacturing, Six Sigma, Kaizen, etc. So what was the result? They were able to make a breakthrough. And today, as you know, that around 80 million cars have been producing on a yearly basis. In a nutshell, let's try to apply a similar lens for our problem of deriving value out of data. Today, organizations' data ecosystem is very complex. Today, organizations run multitude of data and analytics initiatives. Often, these initiatives operate in silos and are handled by different expert teams with disjoint development life cycles. Because of the integration complexities across these tools, organizations suffer poor SLAs like slow time to market, environment inconsistencies, release challenges, expert dependencies on their day-to-day operations, etc. For us to derive value out of data, we need to bring in people, process, and technology together in the form of ops to get the maximum, exploit the maximum potential out of data and make the best use of the infrastructure and technological advancements. With this background, what I will do is I'll introduce what is data ops. So what is data ops? In simple terms, data ops is not a tool or a technology. It is more of an approach that applies an agile development, DevOps, lean manufacturing principles to the development and operations of data-driven applications. So think of data ops as applying those the processes and principles that we applied during the manufacturing revolution to the world of data and the data domain in order to derive maximum value out of data. Data ops provides greater automation, agility over the full lifecycle management of data pipelines in order to streamline the operations and derive maximum value. The key pillars of data ops include agile, lean, automation, observability, and collaboration. So there are several key components behind these key pillars, such as orchestration, which refers to how do I sequence and automate various steps within my data application. It also includes the capabilities such as scheduling, how do I track the data flow, lineage, and so on and so forth. The second another key component is observability. Observability is more on ensuring that everything runs well and the ability to fully understand the health of the data in the complete ecosystem throughout its life cycle. And another key component is around the environment management, which ensures that you have the right environment for the right use case at the right time. It also includes capabilities such as infrastructure as code, how you can automatically provision and maintain and then remove the environment when it is not being used. It also includes about the scaling, tuning, and so on and so forth. Deployment automation, this could be very familiar for a lot of you. This is like the favorite CI/CD or the DevOps capabilities, which is kind of subset of data ops, which ensures that whatever the changes that you make to the application or the software, that gets continuously integrated and continuously deployed into the production system so that we get maximum value out of it. This includes things like version control, managing release pipelines, approvals, rollback, recovery, and so on and so forth. Testing is another very key pillar of data ops. So test automation includes the automation of test cases, also the business rule validation of various data-driven application, and also ensuring that all the test cases pass through before you migrate or move the data applications into production. Let's look at some benefits of data ops. Data ops benefits consumers so that they get the right data at the right time with the right trust so that they can use it without any fear, and then they can use it within any of their downstream application in the form that they want to use. It also benefits the data managers so that they can directly provision and provide the data that their consumers are looking for. And observability helps them to manage and maintain and also try to optimize cost and improve efficiencies on the complete life cycle of data management application. So in nutshell, data ops accelerates organizational speed and trust in delivering value out of data and its related artifacts. With agility and automation, you can reduce a risk, increase opportunities for data to be used to solve the variety of different use cases. Overall, it improves the timeliness and effectiveness of various data-reliant activities such as BI, data science, and operational data use cases, etc. Of course, it increases the productivity of every data persona. So these are some of the metrics that we can use to measure the benefits of data ops. For example, time to market. So how soon we were able to provide the data for the data consumers. Of course, productivity, how soon we were able to build this data pipelines that were used to drive this data management application. Of course, data quality, which is very key component, and service tickets, how many service requests that we were able to fulfill. And then the error rates, right? It could be code errors or data integrity errors, how much we were able to reduce. And of course, the FinOps or the financial governance, which takes into account of all the benefits that we got, how that is getting translated into a dollar amount, and same way the business impact, again, this could also be measured with dollar amount. This is Informatica point of view of data ops. An end-to-end data application is a multi-step process. Managing its full lifecycle involves data pipeline orchestration, observability, testing, versioning, labeling, deployments, approvals, managing environments, and so on and so forth. Today, organizations are predominantly managing these DevOps capabilities manually through data engineering efforts by throwing more people to do these activities, or by using some custom built applications or solutions. There are also vendors who are providing like a point solutions for one of the data ops capabilities, such as say orchestration or observability or deployment automation, etc. These point solutions create complexities and bring in more challenges instead of providing value. Informatica provides Informatica Data Management Cloud, the industry's first and most comprehensive AI-powered cloud-native data management solution. IDMC is powered by CLAD, our metadata AI-driven technology that empowers you to automate thousands of manual tasks and augment the human activity with the decisions, recommendations, insights, and so on and so forth. With IDMC, you have not only have the breadth and depth of the capabilities, but also these data ops capabilities are embedded within our platform. With continuous integration capabilities, enabling you to integrate operationalize data applications quickly. With continuous delivery capabilities, you will be able to design and automate the data delivery pipelines and self-service data delivery for your data consumers. With continuous operations, we provide intelligent observability, which in turn ensures that everything is running as expected and you don't face any surprises. Our data management cloud provides our customers with proven, scalable, modern cloud data architecture that enables them to turn data into actionable insights in no time. It addresses the challenges that we discussed by providing a unified, agile, fully automated and collaborative environment for all the data personas for solving all their data-driven use cases. As you can see, all the key components that are required for data ops have been baked into our platform. Some of the examples have been mentioned in this slide. For example, for orchestration, like Informatica has got a built-in orchestration capabilities, both in the form of a task flow as well as in a form of cloud application integration, which can help to orchestrate APIs. We have also provided the built-in components for providing human intervention just in case like approval workflow during the orchestration process. We do have that capability built in within our platform. In terms of observability, we provide observability across all the three key layers of today's modern data-driven enterprise, which is business, business, data, and infrastructure, so that in case if your cost is say overshooting, you will come to know immediately. If your data quality issues drops, then you will come to know immediately. If your infrastructure, if your servers are getting down or getting overwhelmed with a lot of requests, you will come to know proactively, and it doesn't just tell you an alert or a notification, but what it also does, it helps you to auto heal, and it also tries to auto scale wherever possible based on the different use cases. And also it provides a robust environment management. which means like you can spin up sandbox very quickly, and you can use your own Kubernetes cluster if you have one. We provide advanced serverless capabilities out of the box. And we also have a simplified and automated wizard-driven compute provisioning for our cloud ecosystem. And we also do all the major security certification for our cloud ecosystems. And we can also integrate with ecosystem-specific vault, which is used to store some of the sensitive attributes. And we also provide the built-in CI/CD capabilities, all the APIs for automation, and built-in and native integration for several third-party version control systems like GitHub, Bitbucket, and so on and so forth. And we also integrate with the cloud ecosystems DevOps, such as Azure DevOps, GitHub Actions, and so on and so forth. About test automation, we provide out of the blocks the cloud data validation option, which allows you to validate your data before you move into the next set of steps in order to derive value out of it. In summary, Informatica IDMC, or Intelligent Data Management Cloud Platform, not just provides the depth and breadth of capabilities of data management, starting from data integration, data quality, metadata, governance, and so on and so forth, but it also have this data ops principle, which is completely baked into the product, so that you don't have to really buy another point solution in order and then make it to work with different tools and capabilities, or you don't have to really go ahead and build these custom solutions or do these tasks manually. And all of these are powered by our AI/ML engine, which is CLAIRE, which takes the petabytes amount of metadata that we have in our cloud, and this has been carefully trained in order to derive value and to provide maximum productivity improvements, especially tailor-made for various different data management use cases. As you can see, these are the three pillars of data ops from our point of view: continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous operation. And all these three pillars work in tandem in order to provide you a continuous value out of data from our platform.
Okay, thank you so much, Kanda, for that awesome presentation. So much good information, and we have a ton of questions coming in already. I want to make sure that we can get. I know we got the audience is enthusiastic out there today, which is great.
Awesome. Hope they don't put me on spot.
We do get some good questions. All right, well, let's get to as many as we can here. Are you ready to dive in?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Ready.
Please.
Locked and loaded. Okay. I'm going to start with this one here. This is coming in from Mike. And Mike says, I understand that Informatica provides data management components. Okay. But can I leverage other tools or services as well within Informatica? So can Mike work with something beyond the data management components?
Yes. So I think if I can probably rephrase the question, what I believe what he's asking is, like, can we use other tools and products within our IDMC platform? The answer is absolutely yes. Our intelligent data management cloud is an open platform. What we mean by open is you can seamlessly leverage any third-party application within our platform, and seamlessly also use our capabilities, the fine-grained capabilities of our platform within any third-party applications. For example, if you want to say orchestrate a third-party job within our task flow, you can absolutely do it using our integration ops task.
Okay, I love that. Well, nice and easy answer to that. Let's take another one here. This one coming from Jose. I heard Informatica is a largely no-code environment providing data management capabilities. So can it also help coding people or potentially high-code developers?
Great question. Like last year during Informatica World, we launched a service called as InfaCore. Essentially, what InfraCore does is bring in all the innovations, all the abstractions, all the encapsulations, all the simplifications that we are done within our platform. For the no-code, low-code persona, we are bringing all of that in a most easy to consume way, both in the form of API, in the form of popular programming languages, SDKs, as well as we are also providing plugins and extensions to popular browsers and IDEs, where these developer personas can seamlessly leverage our IDMC platform capabilities within their own program or their own programming interface without any context switching. So the answer is absolute yes.
I like a good absolute yes. Okay, we have so many good questions, but we're just running out of time. So I'm going to sneak in this last question for you here. A great question. Could you share a little bit more detail on the automation and productivity capabilities of Informatica's cloud platform?
Definitely, right? So as I mentioned in my presentation as well, all our services within our IDMC platform are powered by our AI/ML engine, which we name as CLAR, which is being metadata driven, multi-tenant, and it has got petabytes amount of data on which we have built these great AI and machine learning algorithms in order to deliver more productivity for our users, right? So basically, right now we provide lot of automations, lot of recommendations, in context recommendations, and so on and so forth, which will drastically improve the productivity of the developers. And what we are also looking at is to provide the autonomous experience, something like a Tesla for data management, right? So where you don't have to do anything, just give us what is your intent, and we will do all the data management capabilities for you with the power of CLAR. So that's the level of automation that we are looking at in the near future. So stay tuned for more of it.
Ooh, good. A little foreshadowing, a teaser trailer there. Well, Kana, I wish we could keep going with you, but I think we're going to have to leave it there. But before you leave us, if somebody out there is really excited about Informatica and just wants to get rolling right away, what do you recommend as that first step?
Yeah, I think what we also do at Informatica is we provide this free trial for all of our services within our platform. And we also provide the freemium offering. So if somebody wants to try out a small use case and then wanted to see how it works and then eventually wanted to scale, we provide all those different capabilities with our platform. So I apologize, I didn't realize to put a QR code here. But Jess, I think Jess will share all the links and other resources. She will send it for you, so you can use them to sign up and then leverage all the different capabilities to see the power of our platform.
That's exactly right. I have a wonderful fully linked slide that you guys sent us, and it's loaded in next. So I will click over to that in just a moment. But before we do, we'll let you head out, Kana, because I know you're on a totally different time zone than the rest of us. So we're going to let you get on about your evening. But thank you so much for being here with us today to chat and giving us some great information and for taking some time to answer our audience questions. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jess. Thanks a lot for hosting me, and it's been great. Thank you so much. Looking forward for more questions. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I totally lied. The next slide that I have is the poll. I thought we had our link slide up next, and now I'm having one of those brain moments. So I'm going to go have another cup of coffee. But we're going to do this slide poll here. So what we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the Informatica solution. So if you felt a little tickled by that and got really interested, but maybe need a little bit more follow-up, this is a great way to do that. So click on that poll there and get the information that you need in order to take that next step to dig in a little bit further. Now, what I am going to do right now is post this link here for you all so that you can check out those trials. So there you go. That's in the chat for you all. So take a look at that. And while you are clicking on the poll, I'm also going to suggest that you spend some time exploring the handout section. I'm going to keep reminding you of that. Now, Informatica has actually linked there a YouTube video. It's like 5 minutes long. It's really fun and interesting. It's getting into that sort of data delivery thing that we were just chatting about with Kana. It's very interesting. So please do take some time and listen to that. You can open that, that tab and save that for later because right now we are going to do a prize giveaway. So we have a $300 Amazon gift card. I'll remind you again that you do need to be here present at the MegaCast in order to win. So that $300 gift card is going to Jay Lucas of Arkansas. Jay Lucas of Arkansas. Congratulations to you, Jay. Now, we also have a super cool Acer gaming laptop that is going to go to Paul Falb of Illinois. Paul Falb of Illinois, you have won an Acer gaming laptop. Congratulations. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up the MegaCast today. Now, don't forget there are still lots more chances to win a prize today, plus that best question card from each session. Now, I see a question from you here. Randy's wondering about where the chat is. You should see a little a window that has the chat feature on your console there. If you're not seeing it, there might be a little Q/A icon on your audience console that you can hit, and that will pop that chat right up for you. Let us know if that's still causing problems for you, and we can reach out to you individually, Randy. And if anyone else is having problems, we are here to chat. Or if you just want to say hi and hello and chat with Josh and I, we always love that. Okay, well, let's keep moving things right along in our MegaCast today because we have another awesome presentation in the wings. I am so excited to introduce you all to our next presenter on today's MegaCast, and it is going to be such a fun talk. We are going to be chatting with Christopher Duffy, Senior Director of Product Management at Haiku. Christopher, I know you have some great content lined up for us today. I know we want to leave some time for questions at the end, so I'm going to step back and hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Jess. I appreciate it, and I'm really excited to be here today. Again, my name is Chris Duffy, Senior Director of Product Management at Haiku, and here to talk about data backup and recovery in a hybrid world. But first, what is a hybrid world? I think we throw that around a lot. And the way I look at it is, right, the world's changed, as we know, and you have multiple areas of data that's spread across your business. You're invested in your on-premises infrastructure. You got your data, you got your applications. I'm sure that you might even have some data in cloud or plan to, and then maybe there's some SaaS applications lingering out there. So that's what I mean by a hybrid world. It's not one size fits all. It is spread out. It's getting more complex by the day, and we need to be able to manage that. So let's talk about some of the challenges that we're faced with. So three key challenges I want to cover here today with you are, one, first we want to combat the myth of cloud data protection. Second, we want to talk about what do you need to do to ensure that you're protected and you're ready against a ransomware attack. And then lastly, I mentioned SaaS. This is growing exponentially, and we need to make sure we're combating the exposure of all these data silos that are introduced with the SaaS sprawl, as I call it. All right, so let's take a step back and just ground ourselves on something. So if you've been at this business as long as I have, 20 years back plus, we started off, everything was on premise, right? You had your full stack from servers to storage to networking to the applications, database. Everything was in your control, in your nice little data center or your IT closet or whatever it is, and everything was nice and hunky-dory. And then, fast forward 10 years, and now we're looking at, the public cloud, these hyperscalers are starting to get popular, and you start dipping your toe in with the public clouds. Maybe you're leveraging it as a backup target and taking advantage of that limitless scale and cheap and deep storage for your backups. And then also you have some productivity tools that get introduced in the form of SaaS. So, no longer do you have to run your Exchange on-prem. You can run it in a SaaS and cloud environment and not have to unburden your IT staff from that. And now let's fast forward to just simply 5 years ago. Now the cloud has become a little bit more sophisticated and then providing additional services. They're providing not only the infrastructure, but platforms and databases that you can start to take advantage of. And then, of course, there's even more SaaS applications that are being introduced for identity and access management and all these other things that you've seen come into the market over 5 years ago plus. And now today we are what we have to deal with is just an explosion of SaaS applications and the adoption of those applications within our businesses, the more adoption of infrastructure as a service and in all sorts of different ways. You're not only leveraging as a backup target, you're invested, you're already in there. And, there's still these on-premises architectures that you're still managing. So you're spread across many different vectors. And so how do you manage all that? And so one of the things that is interesting as we've grown the adoption of cloud and these cloud services, our dependency on cloud and cloud services has grown. Dependency on their ability to stay online, stay available, be resilient, right? Because our businesses depend on them being online all the time. So looking at it a little bit differently, any vendor on the previous slide has their own interpretation or has their own representation of what we call a shared responsibility model. So what is that? And this is the myth that we're trying to dispel right now. So again, on-premise, what is that? That's your entire stack like we talked about, from storage, applications, and the data. The crown jewel is your data. And then you've adopted the infrastructure as a service. Okay, now you've offloaded the storage, networking, compute to the public cloud or what have you. So now you've unburdened your IT. You're still focused on, everything in green is still what you own. And now you're leveraging platform as a service. Again, we are offloading more and more of those IT responsibilities. And frankly, if you're in healthcare or financial services or whatever industry or vertical that you're in, managing a data center and having a big bloated IT team is not your core competency. That is not your differentiation in your market and in your industry. So that's one of the key reasons why you've adopted these technologies and these platforms, so that you can reduce your budget on a bloated data center and IT infrastructure and help reinvest those dollars somewhere else. Because again, it's not only the infrastructure, but it's the real estate, on-prem, in your production, in your headquarters, and that remote facility that you have as a secondary site. So again, you're unburdening yourself. But what's the common theme across this? It is the applications and the data. Regardless of adopting the public cloud, regardless of adopting the platforms as a service or infrastructure as a service, database as a service, what have you, the data and the applications themselves continue to be your responsibility. Those hyperscalers are not responsible if your data gets corrupted, if you accidentally delete it, if there's malicious attack via ransomware on it. They're not responsible. What they are responsible for ensuring is that infrastructure is available and online, and they'll provide you all the SLAs you want, but they are not responsible for protecting your data. That is still your responsibility. So it's critical that we understand this. It's amazing that I talk to customers on a daily, weekly basis, and they still believe, and many of you that I'm speaking with today still believe that, oh, I moved to this SaaS application. No, I haven't got there yet. Or moved to this the cloud and they got my back. They don't. And go to their websites. They're going to have some version of this shared responsibility model. And then, oh yeah, SaaS. Let's get into SaaS. So the explosion of SaaS. Yes, the application, true. They're providing you the full application for you to run in a SaaS model. But the data is still yours. Salesforce, M365, you name it. The data, they'll tell you the data is still your responsibility. They'll ensure that that application is up and running, and they'll provide the SLAs, like I said, but the data is still yours. And so I can't emphasize that enough. If you didn't know this already, hopefully that's one key thing that you take away from this presentation, is that it's so important that we make sure that we understand our responsibility in owning and protecting, ensuring the data is secure, protected, and recoverable. So how do we think about, what are the considerations? How do we think about doing this? Well, you've moved to a SaaS model or as a service model in the public cloud or what have you. So why would you even consider protecting that data with the same technology? So this technology and the platforms have evolved. Why would you consider protecting that data with the same type of technology that you protected 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, right? The world's changed, things have evolved. You need something that is architected and purpose built for this new way of doing business. So it needs to be as a service. It needs to be native to the platform that you're protecting. You need complete visibility across all these threat vectors, right? You can't be having a point solution for every single data silo that you have. You need to be able to have that visibility and be able to understand, what your exposure is and be able to manage it in a simple way. The world's getting more complex. You need a solution that simplifies everything and help drives the desired level of protection that your business requires. So we dispelled the myth. Hopefully, we all walk away with a little something. We got some considerations as to, okay, how do I think about making sure I'm protected? But what are we protecting ourselves against? Now, there's all sorts of, when we talk about disaster recovery, there's all sorts of scenarios that we discuss. But what about, one of the things we read in the paper, read in the news on a daily basis is ransomware. There's just it seems like every time you turn on the TV or read the news, there's another big ransomware attack. And these are only the ones that you actually hear about. And I'll talk about some really interesting statistics that might open your eyes a little bit. And it scares me. Maybe it'll scare you as to just the actual, just the pervasiveness of the threat and what we need to do about it. So you probably didn't realize it, but I'm going to give you a pop quiz. So take a look at those numbers real quick. I want you to try to guess as to what those numbers are associated with. This is really interesting stuff. So 77%. 77% of business critical data is not protected. I mean, you're thinking, how can that be, right? I run I'm the IT admin, or I'm the database, the data protection, admin or what have you. Like, how is 70% of my data not protected? Now, think back to what we talked about SaaS and about things moving to the cloud. 11 seconds. Every 11 seconds, there's an attack. Every 11 seconds. And I'm hearing, reading that, by 2030, it'll be every 2 seconds. I mean, this is just astronomical, right? And again, you don't hear about every single one of them. You only hear about the big ones. So every 11 seconds, there's an attack. So if you step back and think about it, it's not if, but when. And then, you probably heard that before, but it's so true. Right? It's not if, it's when. All right. You can do, and it's just, we gotta just take that to heart. So 21 days, average business downtime when there is an attack, 21 days. I mean, how many of you how many of your businesses can afford to be down for 21 days? I mean, you'll be out of business, right? That's just not acceptable, right? Your business needs to stay up and operational. You can't afford to have a day of downtime, never mind 21 days. Just think of all the money lost. And speaking of money lost, 4.35 million, the average cost of a data breach. That's just these numbers, even though I've seen them a 1,000 times, they just still, I just still can't comprehend it sometimes. All right, so here's a bonus question. RAS, what's that? Ransomware as a service. Now, you might think that's a joke. Literally, you have a credit card, $100. You could go hire a developer to go write a ransomware attack, right? It's that easy. So it's getting easier and easier for them for the attackers to be able to attack. It's getting easier because the threat vectors are increasing on a daily basis, and while it's getting easier for them, it's getting more complex for you. So what do we need to do, right? So we need to be prepared. We need to do the proper planning up front. We need to implement the right level of protection. And we need to understand that it's not a matter of if, but when. So you need to be able to recover. So thinking about that, what do you need to do from a solution standpoint? Well, it needs to be always on. There's no downtime in the, it's 24 by 7, 365. It's got to be always on. You've got to be able to eliminate the risk vectors, which means you need to be able to visualize the risk vectors, right? This is, again, all these data silos all over the place. You need to be able to understand it. You need to be able to understand what your threats and be able to prepare appropriately. You need to be able to protect. And how do you protect? Right? You need to be able to have the right level of data protection. It needs to be, it needs to secure your data and make sure that you've done everything you can and implemented the right solutions that incorporate the latest and greatest encryption or single sign-on or identity management, right? And you have the ability to air gap your data in a worm, write once, read many capability. It's just so important that how you manage the data and the applications themselves are secure, and you take those things into consideration. And then lastly, you need to eliminate downtime. It's not a matter if, it's when. You're gonna hate me for keep saying that, but it's not if, it's when. So you need to eliminate downtime. You need to have a plan, right? If something bad does happen, right? It's not just ransomware, right? It could be a hurricane. It could be a bunch of different things. It could be awful things that happen. It's you hate to think about it, but these things happen. So what do you need to do, right? So you need to have a plan in order to be able to eliminate downtime and rapidly recover. So okay, so we've dispelled the myth. We've given you, I've hopefully scared you into understanding that the ransomware threat is real. Now let's talk a little bit about SaaS and the challenge that you're faced with. We talked about 17,000 applications. There are 17,000 SaaS applications in the US alone that are available to you for your businesses to leverage. That makes up, the SaaS applications make up 70% of the total software. And you're like, how can that be, right? I run IT, right? I have a dozen applications. I got my email, I got my document sharing, I got this and that. There's only like 10, 12. Well, what about the marketing team? What about this team or that team that have signed up, brought in this creative tool that you don't even know about, right? And now there's business valuable data that's sitting within those other applications that aren't even within your purview. So again, the sprawl is just getting crazy. And that equates to about over 200 SaaS applications on average within a company, right? Here, at Haiku, I don't even know how many we have, but we're certainly in the hundreds. And how many do you have, right? Think about that, and not just what's in your purview, but what's outside of your purview. So we talked about the SaaS world, right? We already showed this visual. We dispelled the myth, right? And we know what's fact, we know what's a myth, all right? We understand what's happening here. And the problem's only growing, right? The SaaS application, I say a problem, right? These SaaS applications are wonderful applications. They help make our lives so much easier. But from a data protection standpoint and securing your data, make sure your business stays operational, it's a challenge. It's getting more and more complex, right? So 17,000 applications out there. And what's almost equally staggering, Gartner says there's only, 10 of those 17,000 that you actually can protect. What I mean by that is us, Haiku, we're a data protection as a service vendor, right? We're providing that solution for you. And us and all our alternative solutions together, we only protect upwards of 10 of those 17,000 applications. So how the heck can we actually solve this problem, right? But what we're doing here at Haiku, and what we're here to help you, is to try to change the way you think about data protection, right? We're on a mission to make the world a safer place, right? We talked about that. We talked about, it sounds hokey, it sounds like corny, but we have a customer that is a children's hospital that got attacked by ransomware. The medical records for those children were encrypted. The hospital was unable to provide medical services for those children, and they were able to recover the data with Haiku and be able to continue providing medical services to those children. I mean, if that's not making this world a safer place, I don't know what is. So, I mean, it's real, right? I mean, in your life and in my life, right, we are trying to make the world a safer place, in whatever effort we put forward. And so it's real. So Haiku, Protege, that's us. We're providing a single platform to unify data protection for the hybrid and multi-cloud world. Right? We know you need to see, you need to visualize your threat vectors. You need to understand what's at stake here. You need to be able to manage this this complex world in a very simplified way. And you need to be able to protect it confidently and protect it securely. And it's so important. So, Haiku Protege, we're the first and only data protection as a service built to scale to protect the world's thousands of applications wherever it lives. And that's so important that we're able to do that across all the threat vectors that we talked about, across the entire suite of a hybrid world. And we pride ourselves, and this is the constant feedback that we get from our users. It's so simple, right? We've taken a complex, extremely complex problem and provided an extremely simple and elegant solution for you to address the problem. And just to kind of touch on how are we going to do this? 17,000 applications, only 10 of them are protected. Well, we can't do this alone. We're going to do this together, right? So Haiku will build SaaS data protection as a service solutions for the major SaaS vendors out there, right? But we can't possibly cover all 17,000, right? I mean, that's astronomical. And they're going to continue to grow. We're not going to stay at 17,000. So we're committed to protecting the major SaaS vendors, and we're committed to working with you, working with your partners, working with other SaaS vendors that you've adopted to make your life easier within your business operations. And we've developed a low-code development platform for data protection, allowing those SaaS companies to rapidly build modules and plugins into the Haiku Protege platform called our cloud, this development platform, to address this explosion of SaaS sprawl, make sure that you are protected, you have an understanding of what's deployed within your environment, what's protected, what's not protected, and be able to take the necessary steps to address this problem. Now, Haiku, we don't want you to settle for the status quo. We are purpose-built for the SaaS world. We're extremely simple. We have purpose-built integration into each platform that we support. While we make it simple, our engineering team has taken these problems and head on and have deep integration into platforms that we support, so you have the best breed solution for that particular platform across all the platforms. We're application centric. We're absolutely agentless. With this data sprawl, you don't need to compound the problem by managing agents, and we're completely agnostic to the world that we live in, right? So wherever your data is, we're going to be able to protect it, and we're on this journey together, and we're really excited to be on it with you. And really, one of the biggest prides that we take is if you're not if you're not familiar with the NPS score, it really is our customers providing direct feedback back to us on how our product has made their life easier, the customer experience that they have by using our product with our support team, and that's resulted in an industry-leading NPS score of 91, far head and shoulders above any of the other alternative solutions on the market. So we're very proud of that. It's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that go into ensuring that our customers have the right solution, the right level of support, right level of experience to provide to solve these problems of this complex problem in a simplified way. So in closing, thank you so much for giving me a few moments of your time today. Really excited to spend that with you. Right now we have the best way to get hold of us if you're interested. And if I haven't scared you enough into taking the appropriate steps to make sure that you're taking this problem seriously and you're taking the right steps to address it, there's the QR code, sign up, have a demo, start a trial, And really, I appreciate you spending some time with me. Hopefully we'll talk in the near future, and we'll have an opportunity to address more of your questions now. So Jess, thank you so much for the time. We're happy to open it up, take a few questions.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Thank you for that awesome presentation. I love all the pop quizzes. You're really keeping our audience on their toes. That's great. We have a lot of questions coming in now. They get to flip the tables on you, and they're going to give you some pop quiz questions here. We're a little short on time, so I'm going to just try to sneak in one or two questions before we let you run here. Chris, you know what? I'm going to start with this one here. Are there any limitations? Yeah, okay. So, sorry, this is Mike is asking about limitations that they should be aware of in terms of size of organization or industry that Haiku wouldn't really work for.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, it's a good question. Really, it is. There's no limits. As small as you want to, small SMB up to the enterprise. It really is an extremely flexible solution with, basically limitless scalability. So you can start small and grow at your pace. There's really no limitations there. So we are proud to service and provide solutions for the smallest of mom and pop shops all the way up to the enterprise. And each one of them provides the same level of customer service and customer experience.
I love that. Everybody's welcome. Well, I think we'll just have time for one more question. Yep. I'm going to take this one here from Diana, because you know what, this is one that we get a lot, especially in these types of situations where there's a lot to be thinking about. So as everyone's walking away, Diana's wondering what makes Haiku unique. What do you want everyone to walk away knowing that makes you stand out?
Yep. So a couple things. Thank you, Diana. And sorry for being long-winded. I'll try to make it short. But so there's a few things, right? So one, it is, we really pride ourselves in taking a complex problem and providing a simple and elegant solution for it. We are purpose-built for this new way of doing business, right? We're purpose-built. We came in, a lot of these vendors on the market were established before the cloud was in existence. And so what does that tell you, right? We were born after the cloud, which is a benefit to us and hopefully a benefit to you, because it allowed us to be purpose-built for the cloud services, for the SaaS services and applications. So we have pointed in integration with the actual platforms we support in a model that meets this new way of doing business. And our solution is as a service to protect your as a service world.
Love it. Okay, well, Chris, normally I would wrap it up here by asking you what the next step is, but I feel like you've kind of covered it on the screen here. The QR code, that's the next step to getting started?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, I love it. Well, Chris, thank you so much for this incredible presentation, for those great pop quizzes. I know the audience really enjoyed those, and for sticking around to answer some questions that they had for you. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you today.
Thank you, Jess. And again, thank you everybody for joining today. It was a pleasure, and hopefully we'll speak with you soon. Thank you.
Okay, and we have that poll question up for you all. What we are looking for here is what additional information you would like to get about the Haiku solution. So again, we just got a lot of great info. I saw some comments come in. Michael, I want to say I saw your comment saying, as these attacks get more prevalent, it gets scarier and scarier. I agree. And the best thing that we can do to combat those feelings of overwhelm and sometimes fear is to learn, is to be reading and growing and learning and understanding new solutions as they come out. And this is a great step towards that. So clicking on that poll, also click on the handouts tab, head on back over and make sure you get the Haiku handout. It's actually a really cool ebook. So I'm going to highly recommend that you download this and save it for your afternoon reading or your morning coffee read tomorrow. Implementing BaaS into your hybrid cloud data strategy. 10 key factors to consider. Again, a really fun and easy read. So make sure you've got this ebook downloaded and saved to follow up after we wrap our event today. Also be clicking on that poll there. While you are doing all of that, I am going to give away another prize. So we will do a $300 Amazon gift card, and this one is going to go to Nicholas Mancuso of Minnesota. Nicholas Mancuso of Minnesota, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. A reminder that all winners do need to be here and present at the MegaCast, and we will follow up with everyone after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there's still a lot more chances to win a prize today, plus that best question gift card from each session coming in hot here. I saw a lot of great questions, so I can tell you the competition's pretty fierce, but keep those questions coming in. All right, well, up next, sorry, I need some water here. Up next, we're going to be chatting with an incredible team and another really exciting expert. Now, this is a familiar face, or at least a familiar emoji cartoon, as you will see in just a moment. I am very excited to introduce you all to Justin McCarthy, co-founder and CTO of StrongDM. Justin, thank you so much for being here, coming back to join us again at a MegaCast. It is always so much fun to chat with you, and I know you've got some great stuff to cover, so let's dive right in. Take it away, Justin.
Hello, I'm Justin McCarthy, co-founder and CTO of StrongDM. Today, we're going to discuss a fresh take on a very familiar topic: privileged access management, credentials, and identity. It's 2023, and we've now had traditional PAM products for 25 years. We've had public clouds for over 15 years, and we've had great SSO options for over a decade. Zero Trust itself was defined more than 12 years ago. Yet users still struggle to access their workloads in a timely manner. Administrators are overwhelmed with error-prone manual tasks, and that single pane of glass still feels out of reach. Today, I'm going to share how one profound change will transform your team's relationship to privileged access. Don't manage your credentials, just delete them. Every time I meet a new security or IAM leader, I ask a few simple questions, but I've yet to hear a simple answer. Something as basic as, who has access to this server right now, can be hopelessly difficult to answer. Identity providers and SSOs can provide part of the answer and are great for your web-based workloads, but they don't help with your infrastructure. Traditional PAM products can help a small group of administrators share passwords more safely, but don't have the intuitive user experience necessary for a broader audience. Finally, Zero Trust solutions are a great way to reduce your use of traditional VPNs, but struggle to convey identity to the systems that need it. So who's happy with the status quo? It's not end users. They feel confused, constrained, and patronized. Administrators aren't feeling great. They're trying to balance a team's productivity with potential risks to the business, and don't have great tools to do so. And the sheer volume of permissions and entitlements means your security engineers and auditors also need to be part-time data scientists. Finally, quantifying how much access is out there can be so difficult that most don't try. Let's see if we can improve this story with a new approach to privileged access. We're going to begin with that end user on their workstation, clicking on the StrongDM icon. What you'll notice is that we're logged in, we're authenticated, and we have no resources that are granted and available for us to use. That's because in this particular scenario, we are in a low or zero standing permission configuration. So it's up to the user to begin the process of asking for access to any of the resources they might need to perform their task or perform their job that day. Let's jump over to Slack, where we're going to fulfill some of these requests. So the first command we're going to issue is show available resources. You can see here that we've been given a listing of available resources of various technology types, and you can notice that some of these are configured to automatically approve, whereas others will require administrative intervention to approve depending on how the workflow is configured. Let's go ahead and request access to one of these Postgres databases right here. Because this is configured to auto-approve, in my StrongDM client, I now have access to the staging Postgres read-only instance. As that end user, I can now interact with that instance using my tool of choice. So I might use Tableau or Excel or any other data access tool that can speak to a database. In this case, I used no credential, I used no password, no username. The only authentication that occurred was actually at the beginning of my session to log into the StrongDM client. Let's continue with an example of an SSH interaction. So in this case, I'm going to request access to another server by name here. Okay, and then I'm going to use that same name over here on the command line to initiate a session with that machine. So as you can see, this is a totally natural interaction. This felt exactly like every other SSH session out there. Type SSH, the name of the system. The only difference is underneath, the user is not responsible for managing keys, not responsible for managing passwords, or even understanding the network path between their workstation and the target system. Let's do one more resource type. I'm going to ask for access to this Windows Remote Desktop connection here. And I'm going to verify in my StrongDM desktop client that I do see this instance has come through. Now let's use the Windows Remote Desktop client to connect. Okay, great. And we can just disconnect here. What I've just illustrated is three very different types of access that your team members need to perform all day long, every day, that are facilitated in a zero standing or low standing permission environment through requests for escalation that in this case is facilitated via chat ops. And as you can see, from the point of view of the end user, it could not be easier. Let's transition over to the administrator's point of view. In terms of what the administrator sees, beginning with the activities audit log, you can see all of the actions we performed via the chat ops bot are registered here in the activity audit log. If we narrow in on that user, we can note that they have temporary access expiring in about an hour. And if we were to take a moment to go back to the user's system, you'll note that I have two interactive sessions here, one database interaction, one SSH interaction. Let's go ahead and revoke the database. You can see that the client has been disconnected here. Let's do the same for SSH. And that SSH connection is now terminated. So in addition to understanding what's out there, in addition to understanding what activities have occurred in the system, the administrator also has very direct, precise control over the current activity in the system. Let's talk a little bit about how your identity provider integrates and supports this proxied, credential-less, privileged access. What you can see here is that our demo user currently has no roles assigned in the system. And as a result, on their desktop, again, no resources. We've terminated all of the temporary access that we acquired via chat ops. Let's transition over to Okta and see how we can add groups in Okta and have those reflected through to StrongDM. On the right-hand side of my screen, I'm going to initiate adding the Okta minimal group. You can see that immediately that Okta minimal group is reflected as a role within StrongDM. Now that role has a particular set of entitlements that are a function of resource tags, resource names, really anything that you can use to describe a set of resources that you are entitled to when you have the minimal role in this case. On the workstation, that now corresponds to these three resources. Let's add one more role from Okta. Okay. We now have two roles that are inherited from two groups within my identity provider. In terms of the entitlements that yields for the end user, you can see we now have 10 resources spanning many different technology types, all of which can be accessed with a single click. Let's delve a little bit deeper into logging and auditing. So as we already mentioned, all of the activities in the system are going to be visible here and can be exported in the common formats you would expect. Going even deeper, however, you can see that within the StrongDM audit system, we're capable of seeing inside what the proxy is seeing, and therefore we can log the exact query that a user ran, including how many rows were returned and how long that query took the system to execute. In the case of SSH connections, we can reproduce all of the text that occurred within a session, including all the timestamps for each keystroke. Continuing down to other protocol types, we can report on all the API calls and command line commands that were used to interact with your Kubernetes cluster. Same thing for all of your public clouds. Web applications are no problem. And finally, Windows remote desktop connections themselves are entirely replayable through the StrongDM UI. Let's talk for a moment about how StrongDM relates to your existing vaults and secret stores. By configuring an external vault, you allow the proxy to access secrets on behalf of users. Therefore, your end users never have to learn the details of a particular vault implementation. You also don't have to provision accounts on those vaults for those users. The identity and authorizations originating with your identity provider are conferred automatically to the proxy that, together with the underlying vault, create a secure, audited session to the target systems. Thanks for taking a look at the demo. Dynamic access management is a new concept that drives security outcomes by continuous verification and validation of identity, authorization, and observability. Once someone is authenticated, we ensure that authorizations stay up to date in real time, driving change in behavior or access dynamically. We then drive intelligence around how, why, and when people are using infrastructure, and deliver that back to the CISO and technology leaders to map against business objectives. Thanks again for your attention on the Best Damn platform.
I love that sign off Justin always gives us. Thanks, Justin, for that awesome presentation. I want to point out that we've put that poll question up for you. What additional information you would like to get about the StrongDM solution? So lots coming at you today, lots to remember, lots of cool solutions. And the best thing that you can do is, maybe pick one thing you want from all of them, and then you can do kind of a compare contrast. You want a data sheet from every vendor, and then take a look at that, or a demo from every vendor, and then start with that. And that's kind of a good way to go. Or, take a case by case and a different thing from each vendor that we're speaking with today based on, what you're most interested in their solution. Speaking of demos, if you click in the Handouts tab, there's a link to the StrongDM site where you can actually sign up for a demo with them. So go ahead and click on that if you're interested in testing out that that solution. I mean, we talk about this all the time, but the best way to see if a solution is going to be a good fit for you is to drive the car, right? So get your hands on the wheel, click on that, and sign up for that demo. You can also click on the poll and go that route as well. So up to you. And while you're all doing that, I'm going to give away another prize. So we have another $300 Amazon gift card. Again, you do need to be here and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. Our very next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Jamal Morrison of Georgia. Jamal Morrison of Georgia, congratulations on your $300 Amazon gift card. And then I think it's time that we give away another one of those cool Acer gaming laptops. So let's see here. Brandon Crawford of Arkansas. Brandon Crawford of Arkansas, you have won an Acer gaming laptop. I was going to say gaming Acer laptop. One of those. Something like that. You've won it. Congratulations. And we will be reaching out after we wrap up our MegaCast today, so we will follow up with you about that. Now, for all of you out there who are feeling bummed and sad right now, don't be bummed, because there are lots more chances to win, and there's lots more content coming your way. So all the reasons to be happy and smiley here today. And I am just looking at some comments here coming in, some high fives from the audience. Love that, Rolando. I also agree. Like I said, it's a fun way to wrap up the presentation. Well, cool. I'm glad you guys are enjoying everything so far. If you haven't taken a little stretch breaks, stand up, stretch it out a little bit. Take a second, shake it out, shaky. All right, and while you're done with that, we're going to move things along to our very next presentation because we've got a great team in the wings and an awesome expert here to talk to you next. So very excited to introduce you all to our next presenter on today's MegaCast. I know you're going to enjoy this next one because we are going to be chatting with Matt Castriata, Security Go-to-Market Lead at Rubrik. Matt, I am so excited to welcome you back to the MegaCast today. Now, I know you've got some cool stuff to cover with us all, so I am going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Matt.
Hi, my name is Matt Castriata, and I'm the Go-to-Market Lead for Security here at Rubrik. You're about to see a demo of our sensitive data discovery capability. This capability is designed to satisfy two key use cases. The first is a reactive use case, post-attack, being able to understand what was the sensitivity of the data at rest in those locations that were impacted by a cyber event, so that you can make some determinations on if sensitive data was in scope or if that data was exfiltrated from your network. It is critical to understand this because this is the primary objective of the adversaries, is to find and exfiltrate sensitive data, which brings me to the second use case, which is more of a proactive use case. And this is understanding where my sensitive data is it stored in the right place, and is it permissioned properly? It's critical to be able to do this broadly across your estate, not just in locations where you expect sensitive data to be. So join me on this journey of sensitive data discovery. I hope you enjoy what you see. And if you need anything from the team over at Rubrik, let us know. We're happy to help.
My plan is to walk you through our sensitive data discovery capability. This was launched a few years ago. I was on the launch team for it, helping to build and refine and define how customers could use this capability. We really always looked at this as really two value areas, right? The first value area is we can be very broad about what we scan because we're scanning against the backup data. We don't need some of those are traditional trade-offs on should I run an agent? When should I run my scans? Will it affect production performance? None of those trade-offs exist when you're executing the scans against a latent data set. And as long as that backup environment is doing proper workload management and it's not bumping into backup or recovery workloads, then there's a lot of value in the width of what we can scan within the estate. So that was always one of the first key value areas for this capability when we went to market a few years ago. And the other is, it was really focused on the fact that there's no lift here, right? This is delivered as SaaS. So we just turn it on the account, you execute it against the backup objects, you tell us which policies you want to run against which backup objects, and you're off to the races. There's nothing to install here. And we'll show you essentially the data once we've completed the scan on the back end. Really to satisfy two use cases, right? And Matt, I think, talked at length about one of them, and that's in ransomware investigation, right? If you have encryption that might have happened in a system, you know that the bad actors are after sensitive information that might be stored in those same locations where encryption may have occurred. And you have to be able to tell very quickly, and especially if you're a regulated organization where you have to report any breaches or any possible exfiltration of data, exposure of customer data to a regulatory body, it's really important to be able to do it timely and to be able to do it across the estate, to have the visibility across the estate. And so within the context of ransomware investigation, it's very important to have that visibility and to have it at your fingertips very quickly. The other use case, which is how we recommend our customers use it, is use it in peacetime for sensitive data hygiene, right? Understand, where is my sensitive data? Is it in the right place? And is it permissioned properly? And if you can answer those questions ahead of any sort of breach of your systems, your risk posture is going to be lowered dramatically. And you're going to be in a much better situation when it comes to sensitive data exposure, if you're doing the right things from a governance, risk, and compliance perspective. So it is really important, and something that we tell our customers: use this in peacetime. Have a process. Understand, is my sensitive data stored in the right place? And is it permissioned properly? And if you can do that across a broad swath of things that you're protecting, you're going to put yourself in a much better risk situation than you would if you were not doing that. So that's really the story behind sensitive data discovery, why we built it, and really what use cases it satisfies. Now I'm going to dive into the product and show it to you. This is the dashboard. This is where you land when you come into data discovery. Everything is centered around files. So this pane here is giving us information about which files have sensitivity associated with them. This pane is giving us information about which files have staleness associated with them, as well as sensitivity. Any file that hasn't been accessed in over a year, we mark as a stale sensitive file. If it has sensitive data in it, and its last access time is greater than 12 months, we mark that as stale. And yes, that's something that could inform your information lifecycle management strategies, how you tier data in your enterprise, how you age data off in your enterprise. This should inform that process. 90% of files that haven't been accessed in over a year never get accessed again. So keeping that in mind, it may be good to start to move that data somewhere else. And then this last metric is the most important metric. These are files that have sensitivity associated with them, but that also have open access. So any of those groups within Active Directory that have a very broad ownership, right? Something like everyone, or domain users, or authenticated users. If any of those well-known groups within Active Directory have read access against a file that has sensitive data, we mark that file as having open access as well as sensitivity. The point is to drive this number here down to 0. You do not want anything with open access and sensitivity associated with it, because it doesn't matter what credentials the bad guys may have compromised. They will be able to see those files if they can get to them. This number will never be 0. And the point is not to manage my sensitive data estate so that I don't have any sensitive data. It really is to take what I do as a part of doing business and ensure it's stored properly, and ensure that it's permissioned properly. And that's really what this is giving you visibility to do. Again, driving this number down to 0 is really important. And then what we're doing is we're quantifying risk. And we quantify risk based on how many files have sensitivity as well as open access. And that's really how we quantify risk across all objects that we're scanning. In this case, I'm scanning 40 objects within the environment. 7 of those have high risk because 7 of those objects contain files that are accessible by everyone. We'll also show you your risk profile on a per policy basis. And I'm going to get into policies and analyzers in a bit. We did kind of give you an introduction to those in the slideware, but I'm going to show you that in the demo format. And then we show you which objects have the highest risk based on the number of files that also have open access. So we're going to dive into a drill down here. This is giving you sort of that 10,000 foot overview of the classification landscape and an understanding of your risk profile based on what you've scanned. Now we're going to dive into the objects themselves, and we're going to look at the actual files and folders and see what we uncovered. This view is sorted by sensitive hits, and this may not be how you want to start tackling the problem. What you may want to do is do an additional sort to say, I want to sort by open access sensitive files. Because as I mentioned, the point is to drive those numbers down to 0. You don't want files sitting out there with sensitivity as well as open access. So we're going to dive into this object here. It's a VM. It's got 35,000 hits, but 41 of those files also have open access. So let's dive a little bit deeper. As we drill into the object, excuse me, we give you basically the file system that you can browse. You can look at the data in one of 2 ways. You can say, I either want to browse through the file system to understand what files and folders my sensitive data may exist in, or you can say, just give me all of the files that have sensitivity. And oh, by the way, I only want to see the ones that have hits and open access as well, right? So this is giving you sort of that very quick view of which files have sensitivity associated with them, which policies they hit on, as well as some more other information about their last access time. But the key is that we've now narrowed it down to the files themselves that also have open access. And you can do that as well here. You don't need to look at this data within the UI. You can download this same metadata to a CSV for just those files with hits and open access. And as I mentioned, that's the initial area where you should be spending your time remediating. You want to get that open access down to some sort of a narrowed access pattern. But we'll go back to browse so we can look through the browse view, and we'll browse through the file system to the C drive. We'll sort as we're going along here. It looks like the file shares folder has most of my sensitive data, which you would expect, right? Anywhere where users are storing content are going to be areas rich with sensitive information, regardless of whether those areas are protected or not. Users tend to put sensitive information anywhere where they're storing content. So we can go into this public share folder. And as we can see in the public share folder, most of my open access sensitive files, or all of my open access sensitive files, as a matter of fact, sit there. So as we go through and we drive in, we're driving into the folders that have data. And then we're also now we're at the root of the folder and you're seeing the files themselves. As we were clicking through, you may have noticed we were opening a pane here on the right that gave us the classification landscape for the folders that we were driving into. This is the root folder, USPII, and underneath these folders are files that have sensitive information in them. In aggregate, this folder has 85,000 policy hits. Policy hits are always going to be greater than unique hits because analyzers overlap with other policies. You'll have the Social Security analyzer in almost every one of these policies here, with the exception of PCI. If I wanted to dive into the 26,000 US PII policy hits to see which data sets we hit on, I can just drill right into the US PII policy, and I can see that there are, in this folder, 7,300 passport numbers, 6,900 ITINs, a bunch of socials, VINs, EINs, etc. If encryption happened in this location, you can guarantee that some of this data may have been exposed. And you're going to want to report that up to your legal, up to the regulators that you may be beholden to let them know that sensitive data may have been exposed, and it could very well have been customer data. It's very important to be able to have that information in a timely way, especially during wartime. So again, we just saw the classification landscape for a particular folder. We saw which policies it hit on. We're also now looking at an analyzer-centric view to see which analyzers it hit on. As you can see, we are not showing any of the sensitive information within this control plane. This is just metadata. This is metadata that's coming off the cluster, your rubric environment, where the scans are occurring. So the scans occur locally, and then the metadata gets passed up into this control plane so that you can operate on that metadata here. So we showed you the classification breakout. We showed you which files underneath that folder have sensitive information. Now we can drill down into which users have access to that data. We will resolve Active Directory SIDs, and we will resolve those SIDs against your Active Directory environment. In this case, the owner of this file is no longer existent in our Active Directory environment. So what we do is we expose the SID number. If we cannot resolve that SID for whatever reason, because the Active Directory environment that the rubric cluster has visibility into doesn't have that SID associated with it, we will give you the SID number and you can go and resolve that manually. And there are a number of groups that have access to the data on this folder. Everyone has list folder contents, which is fairly innocuous. But underneath that, we know that some of these files themselves have open access. And now we've drilled down into the file itself. In this case, it's a JSON file. This is to demonstrate to you that we're not just looking at PDFs and Office documents, that although that is within scope, we're also looking at very common data integration formats like XML and JSON, because a lot of applications pass sensitive data between themselves and don't do a good job of cleaning up the integration formats in which they pass data. So you will find sensitive data in these textual locations as well. Same drill down here at the file level. We can drill down into the policy. We can see exactly which hits reside in that file. We can drill into the user and we can look at the owner and the permissions of that file. But another thing that we can unlock here is this preview function. And what this preview function does is it will redirect you to the rubric environment where you can actually see the sensitive data that we found in that file. But it requires you to authenticate on the rubric cluster itself in order to be able to see it, because that's where your backup data lives, and that's where your backup data will always live. Of course, you could go back to the source to look at that information as well. Obviously there's nothing stopping you from going and doing that as long as you have the access to do it. So that's really the file-based drill down. There are some other neat features here that I think is worth showing. And one of those is the ability to go back in time, either back in time within the day, because we did multiple snapshots of this virtual machine in the day, or to go back in time across days. So since these objects were added to a policy, we can look at this data as of 2 days ago, if we wanted to, and we can go back to any snapshot within that day. So if I wanted to look at the data as of 1:26 p.m. on the 7th, I can do that. Now that's going to give us the sensitive data landscape at that point in time. It's also going to give us a picture of the permissions as of that point in time. So if permissions had changed day over day, you'll be able to go back in time and see what were the permissions on that file or folder 2 days ago, because I want to understand how it was permissioned 2 days ago versus how it's permissioned now, because I notice now it's more open. So giving you that view to go back in time, either within the day or across days, is not something that's very easily done when you have an agent running out on the source that's doing classification on the source in real time, right? One of the benefits of having the data in our bucket is that we have multiple copies of the same data set across days And we can give you visibility into those multiple copies across days because they sit in our platform. And that is one of the benefits of being able to do sensitive data discovery against the backup data directly. So we've gone into the dashboard and we've shown you the dashboard. We've shown you the executive level view of what my sensitive data landscape looks like. We drilled down into the objects and we looked at the actual sensitive data landscape for the objects, as well as for the files and folders, and we looked at permissions and the ability to go back in time. Now what I'm going to show you is how easy it is to get to this point, right? We've shown you a lot of the ability to do a lot of drill down and analysis, but how do I get here? And it's all policy driven, right? These are pre-built policies that come with the capability. You'll see these pre-built policies in your policies window, but you're not beholden to these. These are templates. You can change the USPII policy to contain a different data set if you wanted to. These are the objects that belong to the USPII policy, and I can see which analyzers are part of the USPII policy. If I wanted to edit the USPII policy to include other data sets, I could do that. I could do that for a predefined analyzer. These are analyzers that are pre-built by us. And as Matt mentioned, I think we have 60 plus of these built already. Lots of country-specific analyzers as well. But maybe I wanted to add some healthcare components into the USPII policy, and I didn't want to break that out into HIPAA. I could do that here, and I could change these policy templates, or maybe I need to create my own analyzer to surface data that's specific to my organization. There was a question about FERPA, and one of the things about FERPA, one of the sensitive data components within FERPA is a student ID. And student ID is unique to every higher ed institution, right? Every higher ed institution has a different format in how they structure their student ID. So maybe I want to go and create an analyzer based on a regular expression to say, surface all student IDs that start with the letter W and end with a check digit of 8 at the end, right? Regular expression will give you the ability to be able to surface strings of information that follow a particular pattern. Or maybe I have a right to be forgotten request that's been issued against my organization. Either it's a former student, former customer who may have information stored in their environment. They want to know where that information is located. And they want to be able to understand what information you have on them. There are laws now on the books in many states that mirror GDPR that give users the right to understand what sensitive information an organization is storing on them and the ability to get that information in a report. The first part of creating that report is understanding where their sensitive data is. And if you're only looking at file shares, you're not going to get a complete picture of where that person's sensitive data might be stored. So creating a dictionary analyzer, giving as much identifying information about the individual making that right to be forgotten request or that right to know request. You can put as much identifying information in this field as possible, and then go out and scan your backup estate looking for information about that person, that individual. Maybe it's a business. Obviously there's lots of use cases for a straight dictionary lookup. So that's policy editing. We're in the create policy workflow. I'm going to exit out of this workflow. We're going to go back to the management plane and we're going to look at our pre-built policies. We're going to take some of these pre-built policies, we're going to assign them to backup objects in order to start the classification process. So we take these policies, whether they're custom policies that we've created through the create policy workflow that I just showed, or they're pre-built policies that are already created. We just take those policies, CCPA in the case of California, HIPAA in the case of healthcare, financials in the case of financial institution, GLBA as a financials regulation as well. PII for general US PII, PCI for credit cards. And we then go and say, now we want to apply them to our backup objects. Which backup objects do I want to scan that are under protection with Rubrik today? And I can go and filter by backup object. I can also filter by cluster as well. Only show me the backup objects that derive from this cluster, because I don't want to scan any backup objects anywhere else. This gives you the ability to limit the workload on one cluster if you choose to do so. So we can say for VMware VMs, if I chose that, I could just go and macro select my virtual machines, click next. We give you a confirmation window that says, these are the objects you asked us to scan. These are the policies you asked us to run against those objects. If those objects already belong to a policy, you will see a minus sign next to it that says that the object is already covered by this policy. If it does not belong to that policy, you will see a green check that will say that object will be added to the policy. There is no harm or foul into re-adding objects to the same policy. We don't re-initiate the scan. We basically ignore the input, and that's what this is. That's what this is indicating here. When you hit this confirmation button, what happens is we push that workload down to the cluster. All of the scanning happens where the backup data is located. It does not happen in this control plane. This control plane is just a metadata ledger and an orchestrator of the actual classification jobs themselves. The scans happen locally on the cluster. We workload manage data classification scans as a lower priority item, meaning that it will not bump into backup or recovery workloads. Every Rubrik cluster contains a number of discrete nodes. Each of those discrete nodes could be participating in backup or recovery at any one point in time. If you have a node that is not participating in backup or recovery, we will take the CPU and memory from that node and we will apply it to these workloads. And if a backup job kicks off and all the nodes are busy, we will take anywhere where a lower priority workload is running, like data classification, we will pause that workload and we will kick off the backup job on that node itself. So we will yield any lower priority workload to something that's more critical, like backup or recovery. One of the things you might know about Rubrik, if you're familiar with us, is we're really good at workload management. It's the whole reason why you do not need to create a backup job in the Rubrik environment. You give us broad parameters on what you want to protect, how you want to protect it, and then we go out and we do it without you having to create a single job. And because of that, we can very accurately understand what workloads are running where do we have free cycles to be able to execute these lower priority workloads. So just to recap, what we showed you was we showed you the executive dashboard and the ability to understand your sensitive data landscape at a very quick view in your risk posture. We showed you the ability to drill down into the objects to look at where your sensitive data lives across the estate. This object level view gives you a nice view of that. And then we gave you a peek into how to go and take a policy, either a pre-built policy or one that you create, or even an analyzer that you create, and apply them to backup objects so that we can get to this point, which is really understanding our sensitive data landscape and get ourselves to a better posture.
All right. Well, thanks very much for that. What a great walkthrough of the Rubrik platform. I really enjoy when we get the opportunity to dig in and kind of see something in real time. So I really appreciate that. And I know the audience did as well. I see a lot of great questions coming in, which we're going to move into live chat. So thank you again to Rubrik, to Matt for that awesome presentation. Now, if you want some additional information, there's two ways you can get that. One is to head on over to the handouts tab. You can download the technical white paper Rubric Guide to Public Cloud, Technology Overview and How It Works. Explore the rise of public cloud, get into some of the challenges and the opportunities that has introduced. It's a really interesting read. So download that now, check it out, save that for later. You've got a lot of afternoon reading piling up for you all. I hope you've got your coffee and your comfortable slippers at hand still, because you've got all kinds of fun things to dig into once we're done here. You can also click on that poll on the screen. So this is another great way to make sure that you're getting the information that you need, and only the information that you need, from all of the teams that are here. So tell Rubric how you would like them to follow up and what additional information you would like to get. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give away another prize. This time we have a $300 Amazon gift card waiting for you all, to one lucky winner who is here present with us at the MegaCast, and that lucky winner is Burpal Sashdev of Pennsylvania. Burpal Sashdev of Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Burpal. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there are lots more chances left to win today, plus that best question card from each one of our sessions. So keep those questions coming in. But we are going to keep things zipping along here at the MegaCast, because we've got lots to cover. As I said, if you have not stood up or stretched it out, recently Kiki told us she's stretched out on a couch. I'm assuming, Kiki, hopefully you're not laying on the floor, but is all stretched out and relaxed. I hope you guys are too. I'm a standing desk person, so I'm currently standing with my arms straight overhead, getting a nice little stretch in as we get ready for this next presentation, because I don't want to miss a word from these exciting presenters. Up next, we are going to be chatting with not one, but two fascinating experts here to talk to us today about what is up at Nutanix. So we're going to be chatting with Jeff Kelly, Senior Solutions Marketing Manager at Nutanix, and Chris Kingdon, DBaaS Solutions Specialist at Nutanix. Sounds like a cool DJ name. Jeff and Chris, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now, I know you've got some great info to cover. I'm very psyched to dive into that. So take it away, guys.
Thanks so much, Actual Tech Media, for having us. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Today, we're going to talk about simplifying your path to hybrid multi-cloud database as a service. So one thing that people don't always think about when they think about digital transformation, digital success, are databases. But in reality, if you're going to be good at modern software development, you need to be good at databases. And databases really can be either an enabler or an obstacle to that digital success. When you think about modern application development, it's all about fast time to market, which ultimately leads to happy customers. And you can't do that if you're not good at database management and deploying database quickly and making it easy for developers. The challenge, of course, is databases are hard. They're not easy tech traditionally. From the perspective of developers, databases can often slow developers down. Traditionally, developers need to interact with either another group of folks, another department, organization, sometimes multiple groups of people in order to actually get access to databases. Sometimes there's a ticketing system involved, often a lot of waiting involved, and that makes it tough for developers to quickly build new applications, new features, ship the code, iterate, etc. So that's one challenge. From the perspective of DBAs and IT, before we even get into some of the new applications that we're seeing, DBAs and IT are already overwhelmed managing the number of databases that they're dealing with today, from all of the existing applications and all the existing databases supporting those applications, using manual efforts. The number of the size of databases deployments have grown, and DBAs are clearly overwhelmed, just trying to keep the lights on and not having a lot of time to do some of the more strategic work that they're trained for and are really good at. And of course, that can be frustrating. And licensing costs are skyrocketing. So most existing databases are commercial proprietary databases. Those deployments are growing in size. Licensing costs are going up. And that is getting challenging, especially when you think about new applications, putting even more pressure on costs. So if you look at what's happening in the market today, the challenge, as I said, databases are hard, but they're getting even harder. So organizations are running more and more databases. If you think about application development, just about every application needs a database. That includes existing applications as well as the new applications, the explosion of new applications we're going to see if you If you listen to folks like IDC, I think they estimate around 750 million new cloud native apps over the next 2 or 3 years. And most of those apps are going to need a database. So there's just more and more databases that need to be managed. There's a larger variety of databases that need to be managed. 20 years ago, a lot of organizations, enterprises especially, would be, they might say we're an Oracle shop or we're a SQL Server shop, where they would standardize on one database platform. Well, today, virtually all the enterprises that we work with are using multiple types of databases. They're using those tried and true commercial proprietary databases like SQL Server and Oracle, but they're also increasingly looking to use open source databases, both relational and non-relational, like Postgres, MongoDB, to support new application development. So now you've got more databases to manage, you've got a larger variety of databases to manage. And the next challenge, of course, is we're seeing organizations run databases across multiple environments, which is really the topic of today's conversation. They're running their databases on premises in both traditional data centers as well as private cloud environments. Definitely looking to the public cloud to move some workloads there. One or more public clouds, depending on their requirements. Colo facilities, certainly edge locations. So now you've got more databases, a larger variety of databases, and they're running across multiple operating environments. And the result of all of this is we're seeing an increased adoption of database as a service. Developer time is both expensive and valuable, as is DBA time. And so organizations are looking to database as a service to make the most of that time. And as I said, we're going to focus most of this conversation on kind of the different operating environments. But when we say database as a service, ultimately we're talking about, its most simplest form, software or platforms that help you deploy, manage, use databases without having to really get into the details of the underlying infrastructure or configurations. But not all database as a service is created equal. The public cloud providers, they all offer their different flavors of a database as a service. Most support multiple database engines, but only support their particular cloud, which leaves a hole when you're thinking about on-prem, colo, edge locations. You've got the database vendors themselves. They offer database as a service for their particular database, but usually not any other databases. So they work across clouds, public clouds, sometimes on-prem, mostly not. And they only support their database. There are a handful of smaller players that are looking to do multi-cloud database as a service, supporting both multiple public clouds as well as multiple database engines. They tend to focus on just the open source databases, and they're usually not as fully featured as some of the others. And finally, there's hybrid multi-cloud database as a service. This is where we're covering on-prem, multiple public clouds, co-location, the edge, as well as multiple database engines. And this is where Nutanix plays. I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Chris, who's going to talk a little bit more about Nutanix Database Service.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll go into a little bit more of the kind of technical overview of what we do. I love analogies. So I like this analogy of an iceberg. I think anybody who's watched any form of kind of nature documentary around this, we all kind of know that what we see with an iceberg is not necessarily reflective of the reality. And there's a lot more below the surface. And it's the same thing when we're looking to start building a database as a service, especially where we're trying to do this across multiple engines, multiple clouds. How do we take care of all of these things we see at the bottom of the screen for various different engines? Customers have different priorities as they look to kind of scale this. How do they do this across Microsoft SQL Server? If they want to start offering Postgres, for example, they have to change the entire process. If a version changes, how does that impact things? If they want to follow best practices based on the configuration, how does that impact things? None of this goes away. We're not magicians, but what we do is we focus on how we deliver upon that so you can kind of focus on other things. So we have the Nutanix Cloud Platform, and we can run our databases that we support, as you see on the screen here. This is based on a web scale architecture. So we take the concept of what the hyperscalers have been doing rather than this legacy concept, and we brought that hyperscaler concept on-prem to give this kind of distributed, simple platform, resilient, caters very fast to failures, which is obviously very vital when we're talking about mission critical applications that underpin the business, such as database. This can be deployed to any private, public, or colo or hosted location. We're a fully software driven company. So the Nutanix database service effectively adds these capabilities to abstract the complexities away from managing these respective engines. So whether we're looking to provision a single instance or highly available configuration of these engines, the ability to scale those, obviously patching and upgrades is key. When we're managing a massive growing estate, as Jeff mentioned earlier, we need to be able to cater for that very quickly and elegantly. The ability to clone databases, when we're starting to look at this developer world, developers want access to data. They want it yesterday. They're not willing to wait anymore. So how can we cater for the ability to copy data with a very small footprint? So we have this concept called 0-byte clones, which we can obviously discuss with people in a separate session if you want to get in contact with us. But that allows developers to access the data they need in a controlled way very, very quickly to a small footprint. Having the data protected within the system allows us to get the data back very quickly. Obviously, when we're talking about backup, we're really talking about restore. How can we get the data back very quickly rather than waiting for hours or days? And the ability to move data between different locations, whether we're running something in public cloud to a different developer environment, we need to move that data very easily based on policies to get the data to the people that need it very quickly. Although we have a user interface, everything we do is API driven. So the user interface just generates an API payload behind the scenes and calls our own platform. And what that really means is you can integrate this into anything you want. So anything that you can call or drive through API is where customers are using this. So leveraging existing automation platforms, linking into developer CI/CD stacks, using BI tools to kind of get access to database copies, and obviously things like ServiceNow for that abstracted management. We can integrate into all these locations. And what that means is we focus on the how, the what, and all the complicated mechanisms to allow you to simply focus on how you deliver that to a service, how you can build these applications and focus on that. So when we look at a general process, let's just use an example of a developer here. When they make a request for a database operation, I like to talk to customers around how this looks for them. Obviously, this is just a generalized view of what it may look like. Generally, that request comes to a database administrator. They then will need to review that, feed that to an infrastructure team. They then obviously get some storage, work with the network team to make sure that they're on the right network security segments, and eventually get the backup team, hopefully before the consumer starts writing data to it, to put that into the backup policy. If one of these teams has a major issue, like if they have a P1, what does that mean to this process? What's the kind of experience to that developer? They could be getting things in 2 or 3 days and then potentially have an experience where it takes 2 or 3 weeks. That is driving this behavior of developers doing it themselves. And that's starting to become quite problematic within the industry, where we're taking the expertise away from where it belongs, especially if we're focusing on the kind of best practice and security. So we want to avoid this kind of unpredictable experience because that impacts business agility. If we're trying to start speeding up development cycles, obviously replatforming things, looking to move things to different cloud providers, we need to start doing things a lot faster and obviously being competitive in our market. So what if we took the same kind of request and we had one central team managing that? So this would be generally the DBA central team. And we reduce these operations significantly. So we reduce this kind of time to deliver any operation whilst the DBA still maintain control over everything. As they feel more comfortable, they can start exposing different capabilities within the system. So for instance, if they wanted to maybe only allow a developer to refresh a clone or something, or maybe give them access to then clone a database, or maybe then give them access to provision small Postgres database instances. you can kind of cater for that as much or as little as you want over time until you get the desired outcome of eventually potentially having a fully featured self-service to these developers. So it changes that experience. Then a developer is now not needing to go to cloud, where it's obviously very expensive for the workloads that may be better suited on-prem. They get the cloud-like experience, and that means we're really empowering these developers to do their jobs. They want things done, as I said, like today or yesterday. They don't want to wait. They can integrate into anything that they're running. So those CI/CD stacks, their own application automation platforms, obviously anything that you have that can call API. So I'll pass back over to Jeff to finalize this point.
Thanks, Chris. So if we think about hybrid multi-cloud database as a service, why is that important? Why are we focused on that? Well, if you look at surveys out there, including Nutanix's own Cloud Index report, we found 83% of respondents consider hybrid cloud their ideal IT operating model. And the reality of that is that means you're going to have databases running across multiple environments. Now, as Chris talked about, we tried to take that kind of some of the experiences from the hyperscalers and bring that on-prem. But of course, public cloud is still a very important part of this, as Gartner points out. If you can move ahead, Chris. So there's a number of reasons why the cloud is important. Obviously, it's a place where there's a lot of innovation happening. From both a database and a development perspective, provides a wide variety of choice in terms of the different tools you can use. There's the cost-effective component of it. Now, there's a lot of questions about whether public cloud is always the most cost-effective place to run your databases and applications, and the answer we think is not necessarily. But there are definitely times when it is, and so again, it's that's why it's hybrid multi-cloud. There's reasons to run on-prem, reasons to run in the cloud. And of course, that whole consumption-based spending model is really important. Something that database as a service can bring both to the cloud, but also to on-prem. And Chris is going to walk through this pathway. It's all yours, Chris.
Thank you. So looking at the pathway on how do we get to this kind of like hybrid cloud database as a service, and looking at what Gartner are kind of advising, and looking at what we're seeing alongside that with our customers. You start with a strategy. You look at what do we want to move, where's the destination, look at all the different options and what best suits the business. And then we can obviously establish which core applications do we want to move to, potentially like a SaaS service. Do we want to start rebuilding applications or building new applications in certain PaaS services, and build this overall strategy. Where I see this kind of slightly different to Gartner's view is Gartner suggests we kind of do this at a later phase, but looking to consolidate everything you have on-prem gives you that kind of better starting point of where you need to move things to. Obviously, we've established where we need to migrate certain applications to, but consolidating everything, simplifying the management with this kind of cloud-like platform really frees up these cycles to allow us to focus on decommissioning platforms, migration activities, moving between different database engines and things like that. So then we can start to look at actually doing the migrations. Obviously, if things are looking to move, the challenge comes, a database is very big. It comes with an application. You can't move one without the other without latency for the most part. So how do we spend more time focusing on how do we manage all of these as a cohesive unit, and obviously do a lot more testing rather than obviously delaying a lot of these efforts. And this allows us to start getting to this end state. When we're running, you don't really start seeing the full TCO of public cloud until you've migrated that last application away. Otherwise, you're running multiple data centers with multiple operating models and processes. So how can we fast track this idea of getting to adapting the way that we're operating, the way that we assign budgets to our skills and obviously our training, and moving towards this more OpEx type model? And Nutanix helps with this in the following way. So obviously you start today. You want to start looking at this strategy, delivering this kind of private cloud platform to allow you to focus on where do we move these applications. Obviously you want to start future-proofing your decisions that you're making. So we want to make sure that we're using the right platform for the right workload. consolidating everything eliminates these legacy silos. We have a lot of, I see a lot of customers running on end of life platforms, end of life engines, because there's always this idea we will move it at some point. But now we're in this very, very high risk, delayed kind of position that we're not supported, but we're waiting for this thing. Why don't we kind of move everything to a modern system, upgrade everything to the latest versions to kind of reduce that risk profile, and then we have this lower risk, simplified launch pad, for want of a better term, to obviously focus on these migrations. Looking to focus on the migrations, we can actually assess, bring the application as is. If we really need to get something in cloud, we can move this as it is. We don't have to re-platform things, adopt new technologies and things like that. So we can move this application to potentially AWS or to Azure, our private cloud on one location, and so on. And where we reduce the skills gap, we don't have to worry about how do we do things in AWS, how do we do things in Azure, how do we do things in our private cloud on one side of the world versus the other side of the world. This is a centralized console that manages everything in the same way from a central point across all different locations. So it helps us have this visibility and control to kind of monitor where we're deploying things and control that deployment and that spend, and keep a track of licensing. I'll pass this over to Jeff to talk about some specific customer use cases.
All right. Thanks, Chris. And I know we're close on time, so we'll quickly just chat about a couple of customers. This one customer that we'd like to chat about is a financial services customer, and they came to us. They had a pretty high costs around a proprietary database they were using. They were looking to kind of reduce those costs, as well as improve the developer experience by moving to database as a service and focusing on highly available Postgres. They came to us. Nutanix Database Service was able to help them deliver on that. In fact, they had actually started to build their own database as a service, but when they started thinking about day two costs of managing such a platform, it makes much more sense to go with a database as a service such as NDB. Help reduce DBA and dev time. To help reduce DBA and dev time, managing these low-level, time-consuming tasks. Let DBAs focus on kind of higher value things and provide that end-to-end automation. And ultimately, NDB is now the global standard for any PostgreSQL request, any PostgreSQL database their developers want to run, which they're using to manage, to build their new modern applications. They've got a centralized way to manage all their database, and it's seamlessly integrated into their API automation. Going forward, they're looking to expand. One of the great things about NDB is it manages multiple databases, so beyond PostgreSQL, to focus on SQL Server as well as their existing Oracle landscape. And they're really building this kind of comprehensive end-to-end database monitoring solution with some partners. And finally, we've got a global retailer that relies on NDB to provide, again, that self-service for their developers. They're building applications much more quickly. They're also lowering costs when it relates to storage, because now they don't need so many copies. So it's really had a major impact for them. And with that, I think we'll wrap things up, turn things back over to Jess.
Awesome. Jeff, Chris, thank you so much for that presentation. I know we covered a lot very quickly, and we have some great questions rolling in. As you said, we're a little short on time, so we won't get to all of them, but I'm going to dig into as many as we can. Jeff, Chris, you ready to dive into some Q&A?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I like it. All right. I'm going to start with this one here because I think it might be something that we're hearing from a few people, and I've seen a couple of questions around this. What are some criteria for determining which apps and databases to run on-prem versus in the public cloud?
Yeah, well, that's going to depend on individual circumstances, but some of the guidelines you should be thinking about. Of course, there are things like local regulations. In some cases, depending on where you're operating, you're required to manage data in a particular place. Sometimes you're not able to use some of the public clouds, and so you may want to use on-prem for those. In other cases, depending on the actual the cost structure of the actual applications and databases, you want to think about where it's going to be most cost effective. And so in some cases, that's going to be in the cloud, particularly if you're building new applications and new databases and you're starting kind of relatively small. You'll have high per unit costs, but they're you have relatively low number of units, so that makes sense. When you get to really much bigger workloads, it actually makes a lot more sense in many cases to run them on-prem. So that's another thing to think about. There's security implications, and of course, ultimately, some of the different public clouds, if you're looking at the public cloud, have different strengths. So if you want to use some of the, advanced ML or AI tools that one of the public cloud providers may provide, you might want to run some data intensive apps there versus other clouds where you want to leverage some of their strengths. So those are a few things to keep in mind. Of course, it'll vary for each organization, but those are some general guidelines.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to sneak in this question here, and Ken has actually tacked 2 questions on. I like your style, my friend. So he's wondering, how do we determine what database tasks to automate? And follow-up question, should we try to automate all admin tasks all at once, or should we be taking more of a task-by-task approach?
I'll take that one, I think. That's a really good question, actually, and something I do talk about with customers quite a lot. I think when we're looking at kind of like releasing the keys to this kind of really critical environment, if we're talking about a DBA perspective, I think allowing everybody to do everything immediately might be a bit daunting. So where I would probably suggest, and what I do suggest to customers, is what takes you the most time that you really are not utilizing your expertise for. So I think the biggest one is probably like database cloning. Like it takes a lot of a DBA's time to kind of spend backing up and restoring a database. Obviously, if it fails, they have to start again and they have to sit there and look after it. So they don't really advertise the fact that they do this very frequently for obvious reasons. So I think things like that are a really good use case. Just start automating like the ability to clone databases or giving that self-service there. And as you feel more comfortable, you can start exposing more and more. And I think it's obviously quite a controversial discussion, but I think if you aren't really providing these capabilities to these sort of like analysts and developers, they're going to start doing things themselves. And we've seen some big drifts away and some challenges that customers are having about getting those things back. So if we start exposing things to kind of show that we're actually giving them this cloud-like experience, it probably helps that relationship and maintaining that control of obviously the standards and security.
Chris, I'm hearing that there's a whole other webinar just in that question alone. So we'll have to bring you back on to chat more about that. Jeff and Chris, thank you again so much for such a great presentation. Really quickly before you go, what is the first step for somebody out there who wants to get started with Nutanix?
Sure, I'll take that. Head over to our website, Nutanix.com. You can visit Nutanix.com/NDB to learn specifically about Nutanix Database Service. There you can sign up to take a test drive where you can, for free, try it out. And you can also fill out a form to have one of our sales folks or one of our specialists get in touch. We'd love to talk to you about your database needs.
I love it. Okay. And for anyone out there that asked a question we did not get to, we will make sure that those get to the Nutanix crew. And I know we've got some folks hanging out on live chat, so everyone will get some answers. Thank you for those great questions. Jeff and Chris, thank you for such a wonderful presentation and for sticking around to chat with our audience today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, team. I should be back with you now. So sorry about that. Looks like my line disconnected, so I'm back here with you. Okay, we'll pick that up again. Luckily, you all knew exactly what to do because we put that poll up and everybody just went ahead and clicked, so great work. Okay, so coming in now, we've got that poll up for you, and what we're looking for is the additional information that you would like to get about the Nutanix solution. So again, lots of information, lots of great takeaways, lots of cool brain-tingling, light-up moments coming at you today. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm already starting to feel that saturation where you've got all kinds of things floating around and each new one comes along, and it can be easy to lose track. So how do we handle that? Well, we stay focused on where we're at, we listen to each presentation, and then we get these handouts and we click on the poll to make sure that we have ways we can call it all back when we need it. So click on the poll, let Nutanix know what they can send you, and then you'll be able to recall some of this information, but you can stay focused on the presentations that we're going to have coming up ahead because there's some great ones coming, and there's been a lot of great ones already this morning. So head over to that handouts tab, and you're going to grab the IDC white paper, the business value of Nutanix Cloud Platform. It is such a great read. It is a perfect follow-up to the console that we just had with Jeff and with Chris. Make sure that you've got that white paper downloaded and ready. Okay, and while you are clicking on the poll, while you're downloading that handout, I'm going to go ahead and give away another prize. We'll do 2 this time. So let's do a $300 Amazon gift card, and then we'll do an Acer gaming laptop. I'll remind you that you do need to be here and present at the MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Bruce Schmidt of Wisconsin. Bruce Schmidt of Wisconsin. Those of you who are on these MegaCasts a lot know that it's hard for me to not slip into a Wisconsin or Minnesotan accent, being a bit of a Midwesterner myself. So, Bruce, I'm trying not to say Bruce Schmidt from Wisconsin. But congratulations on your $300 Amazon gift card. Our next winner of an Acer gaming laptop is Ryan Klaus of Pennsylvania. Ryan Klaus of Pennsylvania, you have won an Acer gaming laptop. Congratulations to Bruce on your new gift card and Ryan on your new laptop. Some good stuff going on. And we're going to keep rolling with the good stuff here because we've got another presentation in the wings. And stay tuned for more chances to win prizes later on. Plus, keep in mind that best question gift card is still in effect. So every session, we'll be looking at those questions after we wrap. So make sure you're getting your questions in during the sessions here because, hey, first and foremost, information. Great, right? Secondly, engagement, always fun to see people interacting. And thirdly, but still important, is that $50 Amazon gift card that you could win just by asking a question here today. All right, well, I mentioned our next awesome presentation in the wings, and here we are. Again, not 1, but 2 exciting folks here with us together today to talk us through some innovative things coming out of Catchpoint. So we're going to be chatting next with Howard Beater, Vice President of Product Marketing, and Rob Ruggiero, Manager of Solution Engineers. Howard and Bob, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now, I know you've got some great content. We want to leave some time for questions at the end, so let's dive in. Howard, the mic is all yours. Take it away.
Yeah, we're really happy to be here today. My name is Howard Beater. I lead product marketing here at Catchpoint, and I've got my great colleague, Bob Ruggiero, here with me. Bob, please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Howard, and thanks, Jess, as well. So my name is Bob Ruggiero. I'm a solutions engineer with Catchpoint, and I'll be walking through the technical demonstration today.
Awesome. Thanks, Bob. So I think we all know how important the internet is for everything we do in our personal lives. I mean, how many of us have had the internet go down at home and then the kids start screaming because they can't get on PlayStation or they can't watch Netflix or we can't pull up a browser? Imagine how critical that is for each and every business. Every single organization out there really is dependent on a resilient internet today, whether it's on the application side or on the workforce side. On the application side, every business today is really a digital business. Whether you're talking about your doctor's office where all of your records are online, whether you're talking about Amazon or Walmart or any of those retailers that we're buying stuff from on a daily basis. They have all sorts of risks as they're in this new multi-cloud and service-oriented business. They need to be worrying about their website, their networks, their APIs, performance issues. And then on the employee side, we've just done a survey with Forrester where one of the stats coming back from that survey is that employees are expecting that same digital experience that your customers are. And if they don't get that, they're not going to be happy. And if employees aren't happy, you're definitely not going to have happy customers. Employees now are working from anywhere, right? In this new post-pandemic world, they need to be able to connect to apps. They need to be able to use services anywhere. And they're still experiencing huge amounts of digital friction being able to do that. Now, when we start looking at organizations that are not resilient, They're seeing that just an hour of downtime could cost more than $300,000. And 40% of folks are saying that's more than $1 million. I mean, that's huge. And in a world where the internet is your new network, and let's stop there for a second because this is significant. We've shifted from building our own networks in our businesses to really relying on and leveraging the internet for our business operations today. But the internet isn't just that modem that we're getting from Comcast or AT&T or any of the other ISPs. The internet is really a very complex stack, especially for an enterprise. And that stack really needs to be monitored, because if we start looking at all the different layers of what makes up the internet, if any one of these things goes down, your customers are really going to have a horrible experience. And it does go down. None of this technology is infallible, even for the largest of the cloud giants. The internet is very, very fragile. And all of these components that we've strung together do go down. And when they go down, bad things happen. Remember that Southwest Airlines issue over the holidays that they're talking about could cost the company as much as over $800 million. And this happens on an ongoing basis. Sometimes you notice these disruptions, sometimes you don't. But how many of us have hit a website and we've tried to complete maybe a shopping cart order and it just doesn't work? Do we wait 5 or 10 minutes to see if we can get that transaction to process? Or do we just drop off, see who else has it, and go buy it somewhere else? Well, those changes cost organizations a ton of money. And it's not just the cost of the lost revenue, but organizations, when there is an outage, put together a war room to try and resolve things as quickly as possible. And that also is a huge personnel cost. If we're talking about an average of 76 disruptions a month for a large enterprise, and it takes all these people to resolve it, that's also a huge cost to an organization in and above the cost of lost revenue. We also should be considering the cost of reputation as well. Southwest Airlines had a huge reputation hit for their outage over the holidays. How many of us want to hop on a Southwest Airlines flight now, given what went on? And, it's definitely not representative of the airline, but these are things that people remember. So organizations really need to invest in ensuring that they've got a resilient internet. When you start thinking about what companies have done, many organizations have invested with something called APM, Application Performance Monitoring. And that monitors the very complex application stack. And that's great. But we also have this internet stack that we've also been talking about. And folks have thought in the past, well, do I need APM or do I need IPM? Quite honestly, what our most successful organizations are doing is they're combining. They're leveraging APM for the app stack, and they're bringing in IPM for the internet stack. And that's really giving them that full stack visibility that they need. And when we're talking about IPM, we're talking about internet performance monitoring. And this is what we do here at Catchpoint. We're able to monitor that complete stack so that you can catch issues really before it impacts your business. And we do this across the whole business. And when we're talking about resilience, we're not just looking at one area, we're looking at availability, we're looking at reachability, we're looking at reliability as well as performance. So all of these together really are our resilient formula, because if your site is available, and that's what you're seeing maybe from a cloud synthetic solution, that's great. But what about the folks that are in different parts of the country or the world? Can they reach your site? And that's a huge component of all of this. When we're talking about solutions, we're really looking at 5 areas of your business, from your customer to your network to your apps and APIs to your workforce and your website. All of these solutions sit on one platform here at Catchpoint. And they all leverage our industry-leading observability network. Now, you may wonder, what do we mean by industry-leading? Well, for us, it's about monitoring where it matters for you all. It's about monitoring where your customers are. Because there's no point just monitoring from your cloud if you've got folks on the West Coast of the US, on the East Coast, in Europe. You want to actually be able to monitor from where your customers are or where your employees are. And we've got over 2,300 locations around the globe, the largest of its kind in the industry. And this number is constantly growing. So to show you all of this, I'm going to turn it over to my friend Bob, who's going to walk you through a live demo. Over to you, Bob.
Great. Thank you, Howard. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is walk through a very quick demonstration of some of the solutions and value that Howard just talked about. I wanted to start off with our workforce experience solution. As Howard mentioned, with the advent of hybrid work models, a lot of employees working from home one day, they're in an office the next day, they're at an airport the following day. The ability for IT organizations to really understand, are those users still getting a good quality of experience, has become very challenging. And as more and more workloads are being pushed to cloud and SaaS-based applications, the level of visibility in terms of what IT organizations actually have control over has diminished. So this particular dashboard that we're looking at represents an actual user of or an employee of Catchpoint. It's actually my device. And immediately we're going to start to surface potential problem areas that are impacting my machine. So for example, have there been any changes to my wireless connection that might be affecting the quality that I'm getting when connecting to the internet? In this case, we're seeing there's changes on my Wi-Fi band and channel. As I move around my house, we may get connected to different Wi-Fi channels, and that can have an impact on our experience. The other thing that we're starting to do is break down that overall user experience into 3 pillars that really drive a user's experience or employee's experience. And we believe that those 3 areas are the endpoint or the device that a user is working from. If my machine is pegged at 100% CPU or 100% memory, that's probably going to have a negative effect on my experience. We also look at the network that my applications are running across. Yep, the network can have an impact on how those applications are delivered and the experience that users are getting. And then, of course, the applications themselves. So this is for all of our, Office 365, Google Workspace, Salesforce, all the critical apps that we as an organization rely on. we want to make sure that the performance and availability and resiliency is good for those apps. So right away, if I'm calling into a help desk and I'm complaining that there's a performance issue, immediately we're going to be able to isolate, is it an app level issue? Is it a network level issue, or is it a device level issue? And that's going to help speed up the mean time to resolution, the mean time to innocence, as we call it, and get this particular ticket into the hands of the right folks that can actually go ahead and fix it. Now, from there, we can start to drill down into specific areas to understand the underlying metrics that are driving that particular score. So from an endpoint perspective, I can see my system CPU, my memory, the Wi-Fi signal strength, signal quality. I can see all of the processes that are running on my machine and which ones are consuming the most amount of CPU, the most amount of memory. So this gives me the insight into my device to understand, is there anything that is consuming a lot of resources? From a networking perspective, I have the ability to see from my machine at home all the way to the final destination, the applications that I use every single day. And now we can see a hop by hop view from my device inside my house, out across my local ISPs, all the way to the backbone, through the backbone of the internet, to the application that we use. And if there's any packet loss or latency or jitter along the way, Catchpoint is automatically going to flag that and surface that to you. So now if we find that there's a problem with Comcast in Boston, as an organization, I can start to look at, well, I know Harvard is in Boston too. Maybe he's going through that same hop and is experiencing the problem at the same time. So it gives organizations the ability to put in contingency plans, right? If there's problems that even maybe outside of their control. So that's a quick example of how our customers are using this from an employee experience, workforce experience perspective. The next use case that I wanted to walk through is from a customer experience perspective. So from a customer-facing application, it is imperative that we ensure that our users are getting a good quality of experience from no matter where they're located. So for this particular application, if I have users that are based in North America, based in Europe, based in APAC, I want to ensure that no matter where they are or how they're connecting, that they're still getting a good experience. So this particular graphic shows us the visibility of that application as it's perceived by our users in those regions. And then from there, we start to look at all the different metrics across that internet stack that Howard was talking about earlier, whether it be from a DNS perspective, looking at different network metrics like ping time, connect time, load time, understanding if there's any packet loss or jitter along the network, and then being able to look at the web metrics themselves. More and more applications now are leveraging third-party services, CDNs, to deliver content. Is there any bottleneck compared to the content that we're delivering versus some third-party provider? So we provide complete insight and correlation across all of those areas so you can determine root cause and get to the problem a lot more quickly. When there is a problem, we have the ability to drill down and actually look at why that failure was actually occurring. So if I look at the last 24 hours for this particular application, we do see that there were a number of failures that occurred between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock last evening. I can now click into any one of those records, and it's going to provide me additional details about that page and reasons as to why it failed. In this case, we find that there was a 404 error that occurred where that page was not found. Now, when it comes to performance troubleshooting, Catchpoint will also collect all of the objects that were loading on that page. So all the images, the style sheets, the JavaScript files, And what we'll do is we'll provide the component times for each one of those elements. And we'll help you understand if there's a particular image that's taken longer to load or longer to do a DNS lookup than other objects. So it gives you deeper dive analysis into that web page. Our last example will focus on network-related monitoring. One of the key use cases that organizations are now starting to look at is BGP monitoring. So when it comes to BGP monitoring, it's really about how internet traffic is routed from one hop, one destination to another. So with Catchpoint, we have the ability to monitor all of your prefixes and help you understand what is the reachability from where our users are based. Is our prefix, our network available based on where our users are coming from? And more importantly, were there any withdrawals or hijacks or anything that occurred that could be preventing our users, your users, from accessing your applications? We will provide visibility across all the different hops and paths that that traffic is taken. So as we see here, as this is loading, we do see instances where paths are being withdrawn from these particular destinations to our network. And we will identify the new path that was announced and flagged and traffic is routing through. So it gives you complete visibility into those withdrawals, and any changes that are occurring from a routing standpoint can be flagged, you can be alerted and be notified. So that's a very quick demo of 3 of our core solutions: workforce experience, customer experience, and network experience. I hope that was helpful, and back to you, Howard.
Bob, thank you. That was awesome. You can see the power of Catchpoint just in those quick demos. That's why we are the Internet Resilience Company. We've been doing this for a long time, and we're trusted by all, or let me say, many of the leading brands of the world. We are the leading IPM vendor in the industry. We also have an amazing website optimization solution that the industry looks at as the gold standard, called Web Page Test. Catchpoint was started really by experts, and it's leveraged by experts. And those experts are still with Catchpoint today, which is really awesome. Great place to be. You can see some of our customers. We, of course, have to have our required NASCAR slide, but all of these organizations leverage us because we help ensure their overall digital and internet resilience. And we're very proud of that. And many times we get asked, how do we become much more resilient? Well, first and foremost, it's really about monitoring from your end user's perspective. Whether that end user is customers or workforce, you want to be able to monitor from where they're at, because just monitoring from a point in the cloud is really almost useless. You want to be able to shift to more proactive, consistent monitoring. This isn't about just running a single test. You want to be constantly monitoring to ensure you're able to, as number 3 says, catch and fix those problems before ultimately they impact your business, impact your revenue, impact your reputation, impact your bottom line. So with that, let me go back to Jess. Jess, I think we're ready for some questions here.
Love it. Let's jump right in. I like that. I was laughing about that NASCAR slide. I like that. All right. Well, we definitely have some good questions coming in. We're not going to have time to get to all of them, but I'm going to try to sneak in a few. And first, I want to say to both of you, Bob, Howard, thank you so much for that awesome presentation. I love the demo. Love being able to see things kind of in real time. That's so exciting for our audience as well. All right. Jumping into some questions here. I'm going to start with this one here. Mike's wondering, so we already have some synthetic monitoring. Why does it matter where I monitor from?
Sure. Bob, are you okay if I take this one?
All yours, Howard.
All right. So as I was talking about in the presentation, it really makes a difference to monitor from where your people are. So Bob and I, as Bob was saying in his demo, are here in the Boston area. Well, Comcast is, at least my ISP, it's probably Bob's as well. We have one of our nodes right in the Comcast ISP. So we can monitor right from that node here in Boston and really understand in advance whether Bob and I are going to have issues as a customer. And it's, of course, not just Bob and I, it's everybody in this area. We can do the same across the US, across Europe, in China. We have nodes everywhere. And it makes a huge difference to be able to ensure that we can monitor from where your people are.
Love that. Okay. I wish we could keep going. We're so short on time, but I'm going to sneak in one more question, and maybe we can kick this one to you, Bob. Coming in from Deb here. So do you have the ability to monitor the overall internet to detect issues and outages?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll answer this quickly. So as Howard mentioned earlier, we have an incredible list of customers, and that provides us with an unbelievable opportunity to start to mine data around, are there potential issues that are happening across the internet that could be affecting multiple customers? So what we're doing is we're starting to collect a lot of that data, and we're going to be developing an internet weather map that can identify problems with local ISPs, backbone providers, really all over the globe, and surface that information to our customers so they know of issues that might be affecting their users or their customers. So that will be coming very shortly, and we're really excited about this advancement in capabilities.
Yeah, that's worth getting excited about. Well, speaking of exciting, how's that for a segue? If somebody out there is excited and ready to jump in, wants to get going with Catchpoint, what do you recommend as their first step?
Yeah, Bob, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. So we've got a couple links right on the screenshot, the slide here. So you can go out to catchpoint.com and subscribe to a trial. And if you wanted to learn a little bit more from a technical standpoint, use case, value, positioning, all right, we have an explainer document as well. So please feel free, click on those links, and we'd be happy to work with you and engage with you on helping you achieve your internet resilience outcomes.
Awesome. All right. Well, Bob, Howard, thank you again so much for an incredible presentation, a really wonderful demo, and for sticking around to answer some audience questions. It has been an absolute pleasure chatting with you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you. Thanks, Jess. We really appreciate it.
Okay, and you can see that I put up a poll question for you all. What additional information would you like about the Catchpoint solution? So take some time right now, click on that poll, and let the team know how they can follow up with you. What additional information you would like to get, a data sheet, a white paper, a case study, whatever's on your brain. I feel like I always just read the top 3 options. There's also things down at the bottom. A demo is also good. So take some time now, click on that poll. I'm also going to recommend that you head on over to the Handouts tab. Click on that Catchpoint link. What you're going to get is a Catchpoint solution brief, Internet Performance Monitoring. This will cover how you can ensure the resilience of your internet stack. This is a really great, easy, and informative read, so please do check it out. Now, I was just chatting with Howard. He's going to stick around on live chat and keep answering some of these questions. So if you have some questions that did not get answered in our live Q&A session there, please do make sure that you get those in over the chat, over the texty chat, as we were were talking about earlier. Get those questions in, and Howard will respond to you and get you some answers back so that you can get the information that you need. Again, absolutely one of the best parts about being here live at these types of webinars is that we get to interact with these expert speakers. So please do keep those questions coming in. Love seeing that. All right, while you're answering that poll, while you're downloading the handout, while you're submitting questions, I have more good news. It is time for a prize giveaway. So a reminder that you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Robert Leakey of Colorado. Robert Leakey of Colorado. Congratulations to you, Robert. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap the MegaCast today. So don't forget, there are still a few more chances left to win today. Plus, we've got that best question card coming in from each session. So keep those questions coming in hot here, folks. All right, well, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to another fascinating speaker and an exciting team here with us at the MegaCast today. Andrew C. Oliver is here, Senior Director of Product Marketing at MariaDB. Andrew, thank you so much for coming to chat with us at the MegaCast. Now, I know you've got some great content. We're going to get into a little bit of a discussion and Q&A with the audience in just a moment here. We've got lots to do, so I will hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Andrew.
Thanks, Jess. So today we're just going to talk a little bit about optimizing, modernizing infrastructure in the cloud by using a distributed SQL database. Distributed SQL databases are architected for resilience, so you can lose a zone, lose a node, and it'll still stay up, as well as elasticity. So one of the problems that we face when moving to the cloud is we may have customer demand that comes in all at once and then goes away. So on your best day, you want to make sure you have enough capacity to handle all your customer requests. On your worst day, you don't want to pay for all that extra capacity. So being able to grow and shrink the database's processing and storage capacity as you need it, so as you need capacity, is a key advantage and really part of the whole idea of the cloud experience. And then thirdly, distributed SQL databases are good for when you have a very large database that doesn't cleanly fit on one node. Rather than replicating the whole database for read scale, you get both read and write scale, but you also are essentially striping the database across lots of nodes. And this is, not theoretical technology. Expand our MariaDB's distributed SQL database has been used for a number of years by Samsung to power the Samsung cloud at an extremely high transaction rate. So one of the key reasons people look at distributed SQL databases when they're modernizing the infrastructure in the cloud is not just for resilience, but for actual TPS and QPS, transactions per second, queries per second. There are a lot of different use cases. These are just a few smattering for this sort of technology, including identity management. And when I'm saying that, I mean that in any service where you have customer registration, login, authentication, authorization, that becomes a critical path service and can be quite high volume. So distributed SQL databases are used there. Anywhere in finance where you have something that looks like a general ledger, whether it's a trading platform where you're auditing lots of different systems by pulling them into one, or payment processing, all kinds of different uses in finance. For e-commerce, one of the interesting ways that people are using MariaDB technology is for real-time pricing. So if you're effectively one of many sellers on the internet, you need to know what your competitors are pricing things at. So being able to pull in that data in real time and make sure that that your price is appropriate. Personalization, CRO, user feedback, all of these are e-commerce uses. Anything in the IoT space, manufacturing, transportation, power line networks, smart grids, as well as gaming. And then all of these are great uses for distributed SQL because they have high write volume, high read volume, um, and oftentimes large data sets. And then finally, we see that a lot of things are essentially SaaSifying. So moving to a software as a service, whether that's externally, so you're going to provide that service outside of your company. You see lots of places where it used to be like one CRM. Now every company had its own CRM. Now everyone uses a software as a service CRM. So they have to deal with a lot more transactional data and volume. On the other hand, internally, you may want to architect for SaaSification by providing that software as a service to your internal organization, making it as reliable as a SaaS service, and then also centralizing it and moving it as opposed to making lots of little systems for little departments. And then potentially being able to resell that service. So aligning your business units with software, all of that kind of stuff. And these sorts of databases are able to handle not just the volume, but be as reliable as you need for a SaaS service. So this is one of the key reasons people are looking at distributed SQL databases. So distributed SQL databases solve unresolved problems in your cloud migration. Your database is too big, doesn't fit economically on one node. It needs both read and write scale. A lot of times people are using multi-primary, but that doesn't help with scale or performance. In fact, it lowers your write performance because every write ends up going to both primaries. And then next, if you go to just standard replication for a non-distributed SQL database, you get read scale, but not write scale. You have all of the writes have to go to one node to assure consistency. Some people try to handle this with sharding, but manually sharding ends up being complex. And in addition to being complex, you end up with having to rebalance that sharding strategy. It doesn't usually result in a clean distribution of reads and writes. The next problem that distributed SQL databases help solve are availability. In a large system, you're going to have every problem happening at once. So if your system large enough, whatever can go wrong is going wrong at that particular moment. Node failures are common across large systems. Availability zone failures are at least yearly events. Almost every year we learn that AWS US East 1A went down and took down half the internet with it because companies are using just one availability zone or services that are available in only one availability zone, and not being able to deploy this sort of, or not deploying this sort of technology that can survive it without loss of service. And then regional failures are rare in the US and Europe. AWS in particular says it's never happened. It has happened on other cloud providers, and it does happen globally. So you should be prepared for regional failures, being able to replicate the database to another region for disaster recovery, or in order to handle more requests performantly closer to the user. In the cloud, you have the potential for unpredictable workloads. Capacity needs to wax and wane. Latency performance goals have to be relatively stable. Throughput requirements can be cyclical or with unpredictable peaks. So, gee, we had this nice predicted workload that was relatively flat, and then, hey, we predicted the average really, really well. However, we were wrong all the time. Like, we were either over or under. So being able to grow and shrink the cluster so that you don't pay for capacity you don't need, and so that you have the capacity in order to serve your customers to their expectations, is important in a modern service architecture. So for distributed SQL, you don't have to do manual sharding. It automatically distributes the data across the cluster, so you can handle more transactions, deal with more database connections, more reads, more writes, and potentially have larger databases. How does this work? Well, if you've got a table, it usually takes the first column of the primary key. You can configure that to be more columns. So in this case, I picked 3 columns: Joe, Smith, and GA. So the name, last name, and the U.S. state they're in. That results in a hash code that gets assigned to a slice. Slices are assigned to nodes, and each slice is replicated to at least one additional node. So you end up with redundancy. You can configure that to handle more zone losses, but by default, that'll be one additional node, which will be in a different zone. So we end up having the table in slices. Here we called that partitions, but expand MariaDB's distributed SQL database calls those slices. So table 1, partition 1 is on node 1. You also see that it's replicated, so that R2, it's replicated to node 2. If I lose zone 1, I still have a copy of it in zone 2. And the database will automatically ensure that that it creates a new replica if I were to lose a node, to ensure that we can then handle another fault. So MariaDB Expand is MariaDB's distributed SQL database. It's available in the cloud, hybrid, or on premises. It's compatible with MariaDB and MySQL, which effectively means most existing databases. MariaDB is one of the most loved databases. Its Expand is proven at extreme levels of throughput, handles parallel queries. We have benchmarks that you can check out to see just what kind of scale we're talking about. It automatically retries in-flight transactions, restores sessions, does parallel replication between geographic regions, and even has columnar indexes if you want to do some light real-time analytics against your operational data. One of the key things that you need to worry about with a database is how do you back it up? So Expand is able to use multiple nodes to handle backup. So it happens in parallel, and it can be substantially faster than other databases. The other thing is, if you're running a really high throughput system and you want to have multi-region replication, then you also need to make sure that replication happens at a high throughput. Expand parallelizes that across multiple nodes as well. A key feature of Expand, MariaDB's distributed SQL database, as opposed to other distributed databases, is that it offers operational analytics through columnar indexes. These are lightweight analytical queries. You're not going to go over petabytes of data, but the kinds of questions that you want to be able to ask a system. It's also great for optimizing range queries. Part of the reason that columnar indexes are important is that they handle range queries very fast. And part of that is because they compress well. So when you turn the data sideways and you've got a column, well, that column's going to have a lot of repeats in it. And so those will compress, and it's able to sort through those compressed values more quickly. So do you need distributed SQL data, a distributed SQL database? Well, if you've got larger data than fits unreasonably on one node, you need write scale, you need read scale, you need multi-zone high availability, or you have lots of connections, then you probably might want to look at a distributed SQL database such as MariaDB Expand. If you wrote some old legacy code and it does a lot of lazy loading, when you do that in a distributed database, that it's not great on a regular database, but on a distributed database, that gets worse. If you find that one node reasonably handles your writes, if read replication is good enough for you, and you have a higher downtime tolerance, this isn't as critical of a system, and few connections, well, maybe you don't need a distributed SQL database, at least not yet. If you want to learn more, you can check out MariaDB's Expand product page. You can check out the documentation. We also offer training. There's a book that you can grab from our website called Distributed SQL for Dummies. It goes over all about distributed SQL and Expand, and even has some code samples and tutorials So you can check out how you would go about coding to a distributed SQL database. There's also a distributed SQL challenge. So if you want to test MariaDB expand against another distributed SQL database and prove that which is faster, we believe we'll win. If not, we'll give you 25K towards the cost of your test, or donate it to one of these 3 nonprofit organizations. Check out the MariaDB.com developer hub, mariadb.com/developers. Or you can also join us on our community Slack, and we'd love to talk about any MariaDB technology, especially expand or distributed SQL technology. And I'm available both during this presentation for questions. We're about to do Q&A, but you can also look me up on Twitter at @acoliver, or email me at andrewoliver@mariadb.com. So without further ado, I'd love to take your questions. We've got time for some questions, and it looks like we've got some coming in. Please keep them coming.
We definitely do have some coming in. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Before we get to the questions, thank you, Andrew, because that was a really interesting look. And I do have a poll question up for you all. And what we're wondering right now, what MariaDB is asking, is what additional information you would like to get about distributed SQL and expand. So there's some slightly different options for you here than you usually see. So take a quick look. Make sure you're actually getting the answer that you like. Don't just click in the same place you normally click. There's slightly different options for you here. And while you're doing that, I will also let you know that the Distributed SQL for Dummies book that Andrew was just telling us about is actually in your handouts section. So you can click on the MariaDB link in your handouts tab, and you'll be able to grab that book too. And it is a really fun and interesting read. So please make sure you get that. While you guys are doing all of that, Andrew and I are going to get into some questions. Andrew, you ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's do it. So first one here coming in from John. Can MariaDB be deployed via Docker containers?
Yes, it can, and so can, and we've been talking about MariaDB Expand in particular, which is a more advanced database than straight out MariaDB server. Both can be deployed via Docker, and by the way, I had the link to it in the slide, and we'll push that link out to you as well. But I had the link to Expand's Docker image in the slide. So absolutely kick the tires with the Expand Docker image and see what you think.
Sweet, yes. I see Eleanor has been busy posting links for the crew out there, so we've got them pushed out to all of you so you can take a look. All right, and then let's keep going with some questions here. Andrew, you mentioned the Distributed SQL for Dummies book has code samples. How does coding for Expand differ from, say, a regular MariaDB?
So yeah, and if you look in the book, it'll say, hey, this is largely the same as MariaDB. In fact, it's the same dialect and it's wire compatible. So most of your MariaDB tools and technologies, anything for the MariaDB MySQL ecosystem, will also work with Expand. There are a few things that you may want to change for optimization purposes, in particular when working with Expand, such as, well, sequences, which aren't necessarily the greatest performance idea on any database, but on a distributed database, you're much better off with generated keys, and MariaDB's got, and Expand has got its support for a better type. So that's covered in the book. You'll see that in the code samples. And then there are some, schema things and whatever that are better to do in a distributed database. But yeah, we talk about all of that in the Distributed SQL for Dummies book.
Love that. Okay, question coming in from Elena, and I think this is a good one to kind of dig into a little bit, because obviously we have all different size teams out there. So some people don't have the human resources for something that might be more of a heavy lift. So Elena's wondering, how difficult is it to migrate an existing application from SQL to distributed SQL?
So for the most part, it's going to be a very simple sort of thing. You're going to look at some things where, okay, this isn't supported on this type of data, just the sort of same thing if you were going from Oracle to SQL Server or to PostgreSQL or MariaDB, straight out MariaDB. Mm-hmm. So it's about as complicated as a normal relational to relational migration. There are things you may want to do for optimization purposes, but it's about the same. And MariaDB does have professional services and our own SkyDBA or RDBA, which basically a member of the MariaDB team sort of joins as a virtual DBA. So we do have support that can help you make the transition easier and faster.
Okay, easy and fast are good things. Okay, question here. How many zone failures can you protect against with Expand?
So for the most part, most cloud regions have a maximum of 4 zones, so you could do that. Most of the time you are going to set it for, 1 or 2 rather than protecting against all 4 zones. For that, if you're worried about losing all, more than 1 or 2 or 3 zones, then you might also want to use our parallel replication, which will replicate to an additional cloud region. So yes, you can protect against all of them or failing if you want to. The cost increases obviously as you write to more nodes. However, we do it in an efficient way, so it's not a linear cost increase, because the way we write is we send the data, it's all there ready, it's sent simultaneously, it's all there ready, and then the commit is where the acknowledgements have to happen. So it's pretty fast. You can protect against them all, or you can even lose a whole region and still be safe.
Well, and this is connects in well our first question to our last question here in terms of that sort of scalability. And you were just talking about some of the ways that we can customize in terms of more or less zones and based on what your needs are. So Rob here is wondering what kind of scale would actually necessitate a distributed SQL, and what's the maximum scale that can be achieved with Expand?
That's a great question. So in general, hey, if you've got a few thousand rows in a couple tables, well, you probably don't need distributed SQL for scale. You might still pick it for availability. It really does depend a little bit on how much scale or how much performance you need and cost metrics and what have you. Any place where you need write scale, this is kind of a no-brainer, because most of the methods to scale reads don't scale writes. So this is a good place for that. But any place where you start getting into larger databases or what have you, this is an excellent place, an excellent idea. But the next thing that I would say is that the maximum scale, while theoretically, hey, it's basically linear scalability. We've done internal testing. You can look at some old posts on our website to 5 to 10 million QPS queries per second. So we can get into some really, really big numbers in terms of the maximum size.
Okay, we're getting pretty close to the end of time here, and so we are going to have to wrap it up pretty quick. But I'm just going to sneak in this question from Nikki, because I do think it's a good one. And what she's wondering is if you could give us an idea of really what makes MariaDB distributed SQL unique. What makes you that stand out as a solution?
Okay, so a few things. If you're like looking at, say, partitioning of an Oracle database or something like that. One, this is automatic, so you don't have to come up with a strategy that you have to maintain. It'll automatically rebalance. It'll automatically make sure that the data stays in balance, and you don't have to do as much to maintain it. The next thing is it's going to evenly distribute it across all of the different nodes in the cluster. If you look at something more like Exadata or whatever, it doesn't have to move the data around. It puts the data in all the places at once anyhow. So, and then next, cost. If you're looking at a existing proprietary database solution, the cost is much lower for a expand versus the list price of most of these traditional databases. And you're going to be able to use more of your cloud technologies, elastic scale, being able to grow it and shrink it as you want. So all of these things, larger databases, higher scale, lower cost, and a more cloud-friendly solution.
Some great uniques there. Okay, well, I think we'll have to leave it there. But before you leave us, if somebody out there is really excited and wants to jump in with MariaDB, what do you recommend as a first step, Andrew? You listed a few different things, so I don't. If you want to pick one or just reiterate the whole list.
So I would say if you're interested in our expand, then try it out on SkySQL, our database as a service. If you just really want to try it on your laptop, then by all means check out the Docker. But SkySQL is just the easiest way, and we'll give you a $500 credit. So there's really no reason, and you don't need a credit card or anything. There's no reason not to go today. Click sign up, create a database, throw some data in it. And I have a tutorial in the Distributed SQL for Dummies book. So it should be super simple to do.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. Well, that's a great way to get started. And Andrew, thank you so much for a great presentation, and especially for sticking around to get into a little bit of a discussion with our audience. I know we really enjoy kind of getting to dig in a little bit more together. So it's been a lot of fun chatting with you.
Yes, me too. And thank you so much. And thank you to the audience. It was great questions. Really enjoyed it.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll get to chat with Andrew and MariaDB again soon. And for all of you out there who took some time to answer the poll or clicked on the handout, thank you for that. Please do keep clicking on that poll. Make sure you get the information that you want. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give away another prize giveaway. Now, this one's going to be a $300 Amazon gift card. And again, you need to be here present live with us at the MegaCast in order to win. So our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Shane Kessler of Oklahoma. Congratulations to Shane Kessler of Oklahoma on your $300 Amazon gift card. Now, we will be in touch about claiming your prize. Don't forget, folks, there is still one more chance to win, and there'll be a gift card and there'll be a laptop in that one. So hang tight for that. But that is not the only good news I have for you. Well, okay, first and foremost, I have some bad news. The bad news is we are at our very last presentation of the day. The good news is, as you can see, we have an awesome presentation lined up to wrap up our day today. We are bringing it home in style. Alan Hurt is here with us, Technical Evangelist at Pure Storage. Alan, thank you so much for being here today. You're our grand finale. I can't wait to hear what you have to say. So the platform is all yours. Take it away, Alan.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Business Continuity for Hybrid Database Environments. My name is Alan Hurt. I am a technical evangelist on the flash array engineering team at Pure Storage. My focus is generally on the database side of the house, and specifically I'm more of a SQL Server guy. Just a little bit quickly about me before we move on to the meat of the presentation. I've been working with databases since the early 90s. I started with Sybase. As I said, I'm mainly a SQL Server guy today, but I've worked with Oracle. I've played with a bunch of the other ones too. I was a consultant before I joined Pure, so I'm very familiar with what people are doing out in the world today. I'm also a VMware vExpert, and a dual Microsoft MVP, both in the data platform and cloud and data center management categories. Simply put, I'm a Windows Server MVP and a SQL Server MVP. So it makes me kind of uniquely positioned to talk to you about this, because what I'm most known for is what I do with customers historically, which is high availability disaster recovery, or really what we're talking about, business continuity. Let's get started. Before I go on, one of the things that I want to talk to you about really quickly to level set is the types of deployments we can have. First and foremost, if you're attending this, chances are you're already deploying on premises. Simply put, that means you have an earthed data center and you have physical or virtual servers. A virtualized server is called a virtual machine, and you're using something like Microsoft's Hyper-V, VMware vSphere, or Xen to then run your workloads. We've all been doing that for a long time. Before I joined Pure, I would tell you that most of my customers were virtualized, but a lot of them still did have some big iron physical systems as well. Now, when we're talking about business continuity, when I talk about on-premises here, also keep in mind that if you have an Earth-based disaster recovery strategy, let's say your data centers are in Boston and Denver, then that is still sort of considered on-premises, right? Then when we get into the cloud-native stuff, right? So you want to go to, or you're already running in AWS, in Azure, or Google Cloud, GCP, then we have two main types of deployments for database type systems. The first is infrastructure as a service, or IaaS. IaaS, simply put, is just a virtual machine in the cloud. So the cloud provider has some sort of form of hypervisor, and they present up a VM to you running an operating system, and you put your database software such as Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, Postgres, whatever you're going to do, right? So think of it almost like you do today, except it's got a different wrapper around it. Then there's even more cloud native, which is platform as a service. So your cloud providers basically presenting up to you an access to a database, or maybe something slightly bigger. So for example, Azure SQL Database or Amazon RDS. Azure also has Azure SQL Managed Instance, where it's an installation of SQL, but you don't get access to the underlying operating system, if you will, right? And it's not exactly the same, but it's very, very close to what you get inside an OS with SQL Server. So understand that when you go to the cloud, it's sometimes a little bit of a different paradigm, and we're going to discuss what that means in terms of business continuity coming up here. Finally, there's hybrid, which is the focus of this talk, where you're on premises or in a cloud, and then you want to span to either another cloud if you're already in a cloud, or you want to go to a cloud, so Azure, AWS, Google, something like that, from on-premises. And how does that look like if we're trying to achieve business continuity? Let's find out. Some fundamentals, because without these, you won't be successful. The first few bullet points there are really talking about requirements. When we think about databases, I don't care what role you sit in, there are a few things that you need to really, really think about. First of all, your recovery time objectives, or RTOs, and your recovery point objectives. Recovery time objective, how long do you have to get back up and running? And recovery point objective, to what point does your data in your database or databases, whether it's one or more in a single installation or across multiple, where do they need to be restored to? Most companies are going to tell you we can have zero data loss. Well, the reality is, in a more catastrophic type of thing, you may have data loss, so you need to figure out what that is and have mechanisms in place to make sure you meet your minimum. Now, recovery time objective, when we're talking business continuity, I think of it in two ways. There's the more localized event, which some of you may think of as high availability, where I'm in the same region in a cloud, or I'm in the same data center on premises, and I want to fairly easily and quickly move to something else. That's you may have a lower RTO there, but if your data center is a smoking hole in the ground, or your cloud region is down, or whatever, that's more catastrophic. So you're probably going to need a bunch more time. And to that point, it's probably not just a database server or a database failure. It's probably something like all your core infrastructure isn't working. So you'll probably need a longer time, and there will probably be a very specific order in which your things have to come up. So your RTO there is going to have to be higher. Now, also in your requirements, you need to understand the cost of downtime to your business. Is it $1,000 a minute? What is it, right? Because even a system that isn't heavily used from a database perspective and doing a lot of inserts, updates, and deletes may be mission critical to the organization. So size of data and frequency of updates really doesn't tie at all to how important it is to the business. It could, and chances are that's an indicator, but it's not always, right? So if that thing's going to cost you $10,000 an hour and you're down for 8 hours, that's $80,000 US to think about. So spend proportionately on your solutions to make sure that you get what you need. The final thing I'll talk about before we go into sort of me whiteboarding is think of your hybrid scenario, whether you're going cloud to cloud or on-premises to cloud, as an extension of whatever your primary, and I use the term data center loosely. So if your main data center is Azure and you want to extend to AWS, or you're on-premises and you want to go to any one of the cloud providers, your core infrastructure is going to need to exist, and you can think about a lot of stuff, and that's what we're going to get into as we move on in this presentation. So let's talk about what your database platforms give you versus what you may get either on-premises in your virtualization software, or things that will help you get up to the cloud, something like, for example, Azure Site Recovery, right? That's a platform-based option. If you talk to different administrators, whether you're a DBA, a system admin, a virtualization admin, you're a cloud admin, you may have different ideas about this. Here's the reality from a database perspective. You've got, especially your RPO, your recovery point objective. Whatever you do has to meet those goals, right? And a lot of the database platforms, like I said, I'm most familiar with SQL Server these days. So let's say you want to use an always-on availability group, right? You can ensure that you have multiple copies or replicas of the data elsewhere, and those replicas could be on-premises, it could be up in the cloud, and you could span, and it could be the same architecture, and it just works. That means your DBAs are controlling all that, right? There's some infrastructure pieces, but at the end of the day, it's a SQL Server-based mechanism. There would be similar things in Oracle or Postgres or whatever else, right? But you're putting the control in your DBA's hands. Whereas if you do something like Azure Site Recovery, or you're using, let's say, VMware, and you're using one of the VMware cloud-based solutions in one of the cloud providers, you could potentially use something like vMotion to take your VM and rehost it up in the cloud. Now, that may work, but here's the thing. Something like vMotion doesn't account for things like transactions in the database, what needs to happen after that, right? So, or if you blue screen inside a VM, something like a vMotion is not going to work for you. So platform-based options provide something different. Now, platform-based options may give you other things like, let's say, protects you from ransomware. That's a great thing. So one of the things you need to work out, and when I was a consultant, I had a lot of these discussions with the customers, who owns this process? Who's ultimately responsible for getting SQL Server, Oracle, MySQL, Postgres up and running? And if it's your DBAs or somebody who's more database centric, they may lean towards using something in the database engine. People who are non-database centric may lean towards something more in the platform. Both could work, but again, you need to understand your requirements and all that such. So what are some of the challenges with a hybrid scenario? There are a few, but I'd say these are the top 5. Cost is obviously a factor. We're switching to a different cost model. And if you're a day-to-day admin, this may not hit your radar, but I guarantee somebody above you is thinking about this, right? When we're basically paying for the resources we're using versus buying a server, and we already know what the core infrastructure, it may already be there, right? We don't have to worry about a lot of that stuff. You're essentially paying for a lot of that up in your cloud provider. So you need to come up with a way to make sure that you don't spend too much or too little, because that hurts performance, but it also hurts the bottom line. What about your skills and also manageability? Because they're, to me, tied together, right? If you're used to using, let's say, VMware on premises, and you now need to go to Azure or AWS, you're not going to use one of the native VMware or one of the VMware solutions up there, and you're going to go cloud native with IaaS. Does everybody have the right skill set? How are you going to, what tools are you going to use to manage on-premises in the cloud? Are they different? Are they the same? How does everybody keep everything straight? These are things that you do not want to stumble on when you go into production. It's fine when you're not in production, but you need to really think about this, because having 2 different tool sets, 2 different skill sets, are they different administrators even, right? I don't know. You have to answer that question for your organization. Security is also an important thing, which to a degree can also tie into cost. For example, if you're up in Azure, AWS, GCP, you don't want everybody just going up there and be able to spin up your largest VM size. That will definitely impact your bottom line, and somebody's going to come into your cube or your office, or send you a message going, if you're remote, hey, what's going on with this, right? So what you need to think about here is putting in things like controls to say, okay, this class of users can create VMs or this size of VM, but these others cannot, or these people can't create VMs at all, but they can access resources in the cloud. That's known as role-based access control. And those are, again, things in security you need to work out long before you go into production in the cloud. You don't want to stumble here, because those mistakes are expensive. One of the fundamental core things with any hybrid solution is how you get from A to B, or networking, right? So whether you're going cloud to cloud or you're going on-premises to cloud. Now, if you're on-premises, you're in luck, because all the major cloud providers have a fast way, or faster, if you will, to have a direct connection from your on-premises data center or data centers to Azure, AWS, GCP. It's not necessarily the cheapest option, so again, you got to budget for that, but having that direct pipe that's faster is obviously better than setting up something like a site-to-site VPN. Whereas if you're going cloud to cloud, there are no native pipes between them, so you are setting up something like a VPN or using some sort of third-party thing, which then you're gated by, say, internet bandwidth. So does now that bandwidth constrain you, and can you meet your recovery time objectives and recovery point objectives? See how all this kind of ties in? It's not as simple as we all make it out to be. So how do we actually achieve this? Because I've talked a lot about things, and I don't mean to scare you and be all doom and gloom, right? So number one, before you use any feature, whether you're in SQL Server and you want to have a multi-site, by multi-site, I'm talking, say, on-premises to cloud or cloud to cloud, availability group, that's great, and you can set that up. I've done that with customers, but is it before we even get there, we need to have, for whatever database system we're using, a robust and complete backup and restore/recovery scenario, solution all in place. Because here's the thing, in a worst case scenario, I don't care what feature, platform, or built into the database system, if those fail or don't work, your worst case scenario is going from backups. Can you do that? And have you tested your backups? Now, I understand those of you that have large production environments and thousands of databases, it's impractical. But you also know that top 1 to 5% of your systems, that if they were down and couldn't be restored, would be a problem. So make sure you test those backups. Are you looking in a cloud provider to use IaaS or PaaS? That may not seem important, but it really is. So can your traditional SQL Server, Oracle, Postgres system talk to the PaaS-based version of that? If the answer is no, then you're going to have to deploy IaaS if you do something more traditional. SQL Server, for example, does have some cases where you could set up certain things to either managed instance, for example, but that may not be right for you, or it may not fit the model of what you're doing on premises already, right? So if you're doing PaaS and you're totally cloud, disaster recovery is generally built into the platforms, and all the availability options is a couple of clicks in their interface or via automation to set that up. So you don't have control over what mechanism. So understand that, right? And if you want to go from, say, I don't know, Azure SQL Database to Amazon RDS, is there a way? Those are the types of things you need to work out and how you're going to do that, because forget cost for a second. Technically, it needs to be possible. But at the same time, it has to be again, think of what I already talked about, it has to be manageable. Because if it's not manageable, it's not going to work. Are you going to be doing asynchronous or synchronous? Now, your data movement from on-premises or one cloud to another, if you're synchronous, is going to be more taxing on your network. Can it handle that? Should you even do that? Is it overkill? Chances are, if you're spanning distance, you're going to be doing asynchronous. This would be true if you're on premises and doing some sort of migration, but this is especially true of the cloud and hybrid stuff. Are applications ready? Which ties into the next one, which where's your core infrastructure? Like if you were thinking of keeping your application servers on premises and running them, and then having your database stuff up in the cloud for business continuity, what's the latency there? I could tell you from experience, sometimes that's not always good. So your performance tanks because you have too much distance or too much latency between your primary application server stuff and your databases. So you need to take that into account, and all your core infrastructure, Active Directory, if you're using it, DNS, all that kind of good stuff has to be everywhere. Because, for example, if you're using IaaS, those VMs need to resolve names, and those names may be on premises. If you're on premises, they need to resolve up to the cloud. This is why this is a coordinated effort and not just something simply we push an easy button and this just works. Okay, so I talked to you about sort of how to achieve all this. Now, how can Pure help you? Well, we have something called Cloud Block Store, which will help you in those situations where you've got your on-premises Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, Postgres, and you want to go up to your cloud provider. So if you want to go, for example, to AWS and, Azure, we can link those for you, right? And so you have a Pure array on premises, we can talk to stuff up in the cloud, and it's a seamless look. Now, what are the scenarios really what we're talking about? So obviously, it maps to features within Pure, right? The flash array. So we have active cluster, we've got active DR. No, you can do asynchronous replication, or you can take your snapshots with Cloud Snap and have copies of your snapshots that you make of, say, your VMs on premises and have them up there. One way to think about all this is if you have Pure on premises, you can basically have a seamless control plane up to the cloud. So with the features we have built into Flash Array, you can extend your on-premises data center much easier to the cloud if you don't want to use some stuff that's in the database platform. Or you may want to combine them. But for example, here with Active DR, we could set that up so we have some form of replication from your Pure array, Flash Array on premises up to AWS or Azure, excuse me, and then, that way you can use Pure to help you do disaster recovery. Again, just an example of what FlashArray brings to the table to help you in all of this with your databases. Look, it doesn't need to be all or nothing, whether you do platform stuff or you do stuff in your database engine or you combine them. You can make this work. There's a lot of sort of stuff you need to think about, but it's not impossible. Hybrid is getting easier and easier. And if you think about what we bring to the table at Pure with FlashArray, if you already have an existing on-premises FlashArray, we can help you easier get up to the cloud in a hybrid scenario. And 10 years ago, this stuff wasn't really possible. And now you're basically having more single panes of glass, making it much easier for you. But that also relies on your core infrastructure and all this. Make sure all that is good. So let's answer some questions. Here's a question. What's the most important thing in this whole equation if you're going to do hybrid? And my answer is really simple here. It's networking. Get that wrong, nothing works. So whether you're using our stuff or if you're using something like Cloud Block Store, you're doing native stuff in the platform and you're not using what Pure provides, if you can't get up there, you've got a problem where you can't get stuff back down, right? Forget cost for a moment. If you're getting too much latency, if your performance isn't good, none of this is going to work. So you have to think about this practically. Get your networking stuff solid. So the question came up because I mentioned it earlier. Why do applications need to sort of maybe be in the same place? Because it seemed like that's what you're going for. And that's kind of true. Let me give you a for example. I once worked with a customer where they put their database servers up in one of the clouds. Their application servers were on premises. And when everybody started working remotely from home, add in your VPN and your home internet provider, so latency there, then latency to the office, your round trip time up from the office to the cloud back down for your query or your insert, update, or delete. And the performance became unacceptable. So long story short, the solution was to put things closer to where the databases were up in the cloud. So your application folks absolutely have to be ready. It's not just infrastructure, not just making sure your core infrastructure stuff, all that still is true. And what I answered earlier with networking, also true. But this ties in as well. Your applications and your latency there has to be short too. So you may need to think about, as you're going to hybrid, if your problem is with your database server on premises, is the choice going to also be to switch your application servers to the cloud as well, which is a bigger effort than just switching your database stuff? Something to think about. Well, that's about all the time we have for right now. If you have any further questions, you can email me or get me on Twitter. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Well, thank you, and same to you, Andrew. That was a lot of fun and definitely a great way to wrap up what has been an info-packed MegaCast today. Now, you can all see that I put up that poll question for you all. And again, what we are looking to find out is what additional information you would like to get about the Pure Storage solution. So take some time now and click on that poll. Let the team know how they can follow up with you. I'm also going to send you on over to the Handouts tab, and you can grab the Pure Storage White Paper Intra-Cloud Disaster Recovery for Microsoft SQL Server. You'll get to learn about disaster recovery specific to Microsoft SQL Server databases, talking between regions and availability zones in Microsoft Azure. So this is really interesting information, a great follow-up to what we were just chatting about. So please do make sure you snag that, download it, and hold on to that for when you are reading later this afternoon. But don't read too much just yet because, well, first of all, I have a prize to give away. But secondly, we just took in a lot of information. So I hope after you guys finish our MegaCast today, everybody sort of stands up, shakes it out, goes for a little walk outside, get some fresh air, and then come back in and start reading through all your handouts. All right, well, I said prize giveaway, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to leave that poll up for a little bit longer. So we have one last $300 Amazon gift card as well as one last Acer gaming laptop. So reminder that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. And our very last winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Ron McElroy. I was going to say McCleary. That's not right. Ron McElroy of Alabama. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And our last winner of an Acer gaming laptop is Matt Cook of Kansas. Matt Cook of Kansas. You have won an Acer gaming laptop. So I'm going to read through our entire list here one more time. Gift card going to Christopher Chung of Maryland. Gift card going to Jay Lucas of Arkansas. Laptop going to Paul Fald of Illinois. A gift card going to Nicholas Mancuso of Minnesota. Good old Minnesota there. Gift card going to Jamal Morrison of Georgia, and then a laptop going to Brandon Crawford of Arkansas. Gift card going to Burpal, Sashdev of Pennsylvania, and then a gift card going to Bruce Schmidt of Wisconsin, and then a laptop going to Ryan Klaus of Pennsylvania. I don't know how to do a Pennsylvanian accent. Sorry, someone send me a Pennsylvanian accent. And then gift card going to Robert Lake of Colorado, a gift card going to Shane Kessler of Oklahoma, a gift card going to Ron McElroy of Alabama, and a laptop going to Matt Cook of Kansas. Again, we will follow up with all the winners after we wrap, so don't worry, we'll be reaching out to you. We still do have that best question gift card from each session, so we'll be reviewing all of the questions asked before we follow up with anyone and let them know who is a winner today. Well, and aren't we all winners, really? Just some great content here today. Well, if you had a lot of fun with me on the MegaCast, and I know you did, and you're thinking that you want to come back, maybe you'd like to present, you want to talk to your company about participating in a summit, an EcoCast, a MegaCast, or a webinar, we would absolutely love to hear from you. So reach out via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And we'll get that conversation rolling. Come hang out with David, Scott, myself. It's a good time, I'm telling you. Well, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I would like to thank all of our incredible speakers that we had here with us today from TierPoint, Informatica, Haiku, StrongDM, Rubrik, Nutanix, Catchpoint Systems, MariaDB, and Pure Storage for making this 100% awesome info-packed MegaCast possible. On that note, a very special thank you to all of you for attending, for asking some great questions today. Folks, I know that this has been a big day. I know we're all wiped. Like I said, get outside for a nice little walk, get some fresh air if you can. Or hey, just put your feet up. You know, if you're Kiki, you're already out on the couch. Maybe it's a couch, maybe it's a floor, whatever you want. Drop down and give me 20 cat naps. That's what I'm looking for right now. Give your brain a rest. But then come back to those handouts, come back to everything that we picked up today, and you'll have some awesome information waiting for you to kickstart that next decision, to kickstart that next opportunity to optimize and modernize your IT infrastructure. This is a really, really exciting stuff that we were digging into today, and I hope that you are all feeling pretty powered up and ready to maybe make some changes or enhancements at your organization as well. All right, now before you take off, be sure to mark your calendars, come back to join us. Our next EcoCast is on March 21st. We're going to be talking about transforming IT and healthcare environments. It's going to be a great chat for anyone in that healthcare or healthcare-related fields. Again, that is 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, transforming IT and healthcare environments. We have a couple of EcoCasts and MegaCasts next week, a Super Summit, I believe. Yeah, Super Summit next week, and that's a really cool one on the ransomware spectrum. There's just some really neat stuff coming up. So take a look at the Actual Tech Media webinar calendar before you head out today, and make sure you've kind of earmarked the next couple of things that are happening, because it's definitely worth joining in for. All right, well, I hope that I get to see you all again soon. I can't wait. And until then, I hope you have an absolutely beautiful end to your day.